With their Emperor Qi surging, the crowd made a move and the war was joined. Facing the combined force of more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters though, Xianxia did not intend to dodge at all and laughed out loud, causing everyone to stare at him and wonder what was wrong with his head. However, the arrow had already flown from the string, so there was no turning back even if they sensed something off. Everyone charged towards the space ring on Xianxia's hand. In an instant, the dozen people pounced at Xianxia, unleashing their various skills to attack him ferociously. Solidify! Right after a cold snort, the space principles within a 100-meter radius of Xianxia pulsed, turning space itself extremely viscous. The dozen people were aghast at this sudden change and soon found that their Emperor Qi could not circulate smoothly, as if they were trapped in a deep mire, creating an illusion that their movements were being restricted and the power of their attacks was greatly reduced. Even the brilliance of their summoned Emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's face changed drastically. They were about to retreat as soon as they noticed the oddity of the situation. But it was already too late. Xianxia lifted his both hands and caused the entire sky to be overcast by a shadow of two gigantic palms which swiftly blasted forward. Following an explosion, the dozen people were thrown out, all of them spurting blood in the mid-air, their faces as pale as a sheet. Pa. The dozen Emperor Realm Masters fell on the ground like dumplings, and when they regained their composure, all of them looked ashen and horrified. On the other side, Xianxia seemed to also have spent tremendous energy to repel so many Emperor Realm Masters in one strike. He shuddered slightly, but he did not retreat a single step, and despite his face being a little pale at first, he quickly recovered. Nevertheless, he still stood tall in front of the gates, like an immovable mountain, guarding this piece of treasured land. How is that possible? Is he really just a first-order Emperor Realm Master? How did he do that? A dizzying sensation gushed out in the hearts of the dozen Emperor Realm Masters, as if they were caught in some kind of bad dream. Xianxia looked young and always gave the impression that he did not have very high cultivation. Therefore, even though they did not fully understand his capabilities at first, they did not put him in their eyes. Nevertheless, they found out about Xianxia's cultivation as he revealed it with his earlier move. He was indeed a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so logically he should be weaker than them. However, this first-order Emperor Realm Master had resolved the combined force of a dozen masters and even inflicted a certain degree of injury on them in a head-on confrontation. No one would believe it if they did not experience it themselves. It was simply that absurd. Especially Li Qingyuan, who was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had been in the Northern Territory for so many years. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had faced many first-order Emperor Realm Masters throughout his life, and would usually crush them with overwhelming power, but none of them was as fierce as the young man in front of him. The greed in his eyes gradually converged, replaced by infinite solemnity. It was rumored that some geniuses in the martial Tao could fight and even kill those with higher cultivations than themselves. Li Qingyuan met this kind of talent before too, but those so-called geniuses, at most, could only fight evenly with him while being a single minor realm lower in cultivation. Compared with the young man in front of him, all those so-called talents were mediocre at best. Not only could the young man in front of him fight against opponents above his realm, but he did not even fall into a disadvantage facing a dozen people with equal or higher cultivations than his own at once. Li Qingyuan even suspected that the young man had not used his full strength, and if he had, perhaps only half of them would still be alive now. Thinking of this, cold sweat beaded on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If this young man was already this powerful as a first-order emperor, wouldn't he be invincible when he broke through to the second-order or third-order emperor realm? Perhaps at that time only the great emperors would be a match for him. Little brat! Who the hell are you? Someone cried bitterly, as if they refused to believe the fact that they were repelled and demanded to know what deceitful tricks Xianxia had used. Everyone wanted to ask the same question too. Such a brilliant rising star couldn't be some obscure individual. They should have at least heard of his name somewhere. Xianxia turned to that person and grinned. This young master is Xianxia. I believe you've all heard my name before. Yes. Ah, is he that Xianxia? The Yongkai who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and provoked Feng Xian? The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect started because of him. I heard that the annihilation of the entire Seeking Passion sect was also the result of his interference. He found some kind of strong support out of nowhere and killed Feng Xian, Yao Zhua, and all the others in one breath. Thanks to Feng Xian's publicity campaign, Yongkai was quite well known in the Northern Territory. After all, a war between two top sects was a serious matter. The Seeking Passion sect would not send out its warriors without reason, and the reason they gave for attacking Ice Heart Valley was that Yongkai had killed Feng Shi while Bing Yun shielded him. Before that, the Northern Territory cultivators were incredibly curious about this young man named Yongkai. They could not believe that he had the courage to kill Feng Shi and also thought that this guy would not have a good end as a result. But beyond everyone's expectations, the Seeking Passion sect was the one to be exterminated, and now the initiator of the whole tragedy actually came to Seeking Passion sect's headquarters to establish his own sect, like the magpie seizing a nest, attempting to create his so-called High Heaven Palace. If the Seeking Passion Great Emperor learned of this, he would probably be so furious that he would jump out of his coffin. For a moment, it was dead silent outside the sect gates. Whether it was the dozen Emperor Realm Masters, or the 1,000 or so cultivators spectating, all just stared at Yongkai in shock. Shwa shwa shwa. Several noises broke the silence, followed by 3 figures suddenly appearing behind Yongkai. As soon as these 3 figures emerged, they unleashed a fearsome pressure. The weight of this pressure seemed to darken the whole world, and a dreadful look was etched onto everyone's faces as they felt it difficult to even breathe. It was as if their chests were being crushed by giant mountains. Everyone looked at the 3 figures intently, their eyes quivering in fear. Although they could not see the 3 figures clearly, the dominant pressure was telling them that these 3 would only need a wave of their hands to slaughter everyone here. A cold sensation instantly rushed from the soles of the crowd's feet to the top of their heads. The blood drained from the faces of the 1,000 people as if their parents had just died. They wanted to escape immediately, but they dared not move, so they could only just stand still and endure the torment. Young Master Yang, what happened? It seemed like a fight just took place. Xie Wu Wei frowned as he asked. It seems like someone was being rude here. While speaking, Inflate swept his falcon eyes across the dozen Emperor Realm Masters in a threatening manner. How daring! Who caused the trouble? Let this old rhino deal with him. Shilei yelled, his monster chi pulsing, whipping up a monstrous wind, as if it could puncture a hole in the sky. Monster race! Someone sensed the monster chi and exclaimed. Monster King! Li Qingyuan cried out grievously, cold sweat pouring down his face like droplets of rain as he turned as pale as a sheet. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he instinctively felt terrified because he was powerless in front of a Monster King who was on par with a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the other 2 masters who appeared should also be from the monster race, and were likely Monster Kings themselves. Damn it! It's rarer to encounter a single Monster King than it is to see a third-order Emperor. But today, there are 3 Monster Kings together. Li Qingyuan did not know whether he was fortunate or he should be grieving, but when he thought of what happened before, he felt that it was more likely to be the latter. The dozen Emperor Realm Masters and the 1,000 spectating cultivators took one step back simultaneously at Li Qingyuan's remark about Shilei, and gazed at the latter in horror. It was as if Shilei was the reaper of death, just waiting to harvest their lives. Who was being rude here just now? Show yourself to this king. Shilei roared like thunder, staring at the crowd menacingly. No one dared to answer him as they all feared being targeted by him and dying. Nervous gulps could be heard one after another as everyone's feet felt nailed to the ground. The Emperor Realm Masters turned their gazes at Li Qingyuan, hoping that he could stand out and speak some words to this Monster King for them. Li Qingyuan secretly scolded this group of cowards in his heart. But at this point, considering the consequences of him keeping quiet might be worse, he called out, Sir Monster King, it's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Shilei looked at Li Qingyuan sideways and snorted. How is it a misunderstanding? Li Qingyuan racked his brain to think of an explanation, quickly coming up with an excuse as he blurted out, "It's like this. We are all Northern Territory cultivators and heard that young Master Xianxia established a sect here, so we came to congratulate him, but we failed to recognize young Master Yang with our unworthy eyes and inadvertently offended him a little. We ask for forgiveness from young Master Yang and all the sirs here." Li Qingyuan expressed his excuses eloquently, even feeling quite proud of his quick wit. Established a sect? Xilei was stunned and glanced at Xianxia with inquiry. Although he did mention this idea a few days ago, Xianxia did not give any affirmation, so he did not understand why Li Qingyuan suddenly could speak of this matter. Ying Fei's eyes were sharper though and quickly saw the 10,000-year frozen heart iron standing to the side and applauded. Young Master Yang really has established a sect here, High Heaven Palace, and to have the ambition to reach the peak as high as the heavens. Good. Xie Wuwei laughed merrily. Good. Good. Then from now on, this Xie will stay in High Heaven Palace and hopes that young Master Yang will reward me with the position of protector or deacon or anything. Count this old rhino in. Xilei retracted his vicious aura and turned a fawning smile to Xianxia. Young Master Yang must definitely treat us well. Ying Fei nodded in agreement. This Ying thinks so too. The dozen Emperor Realm Masters almost fainted listening to their words, while the 1,000 cultivators dropped their jaws. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they started to doubt their own ears. These three were Monster Kings, masters on par with Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But now that Xianxia marked this place as his territory and engraved the signboard of his sect, these three masters all scrambled to join him even though he had not officially established his sect yet. Furthermore, they actually begged for some position like a protector or even a deacon. What was wrong with this world? Throughout the star boundary, which Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was not an overlord? Which one of them was not a master of generations of men? With such a strength, one could establish his or her own sect with ease. But now, these three monster kings actually seemed desperate to join the not even officially established High Heaven Palace? Who the hell was this Xianxia and how did he manage to tame these three monster kings? Li Qingyuan and the others were extremely distressed. Three monster kings wanted to join High Heaven Palace only for the position of protector or deacon. Their strength was naturally no better than these three monster kings. So wouldn't they only be qualified to be ordinary disciples if they joined High Heaven Palace? Of course, they couldn't break away from their own sects and join High Heaven Palace. Even now there seemed to be too many monsters, both metaphorically and literally, in this High Heaven Palace, not a place they could fit into comfortably. With the addition of these three monster kings, High Heaven Palace would probably become the strongest sect in the Northern Territory in the future, and once it developed, it would definitely surpass the glory of the Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan and the others seemed to vaguely see the figure of a formidable giant rising up before them, and this caused them to panic internally. The good fortune Xianxia experienced was driving these observers mad with envy and jealousy. With three monster kings here, it would be infinitely beneficial if any single one of them joined Xianxia's sect. What surprised everyone was that in the face of the three monster kings' sincere requests, Xianxia's expression was quite uneasy as he grimaced. We will discuss this matter at a later time. Li Qingyuan and the others stared at him with their eyes widened, silently scolding Xianxia for being unappreciative of something others could not have even if they begged for it, still wanting to discuss the matter again. Was there just something wrong with his head? What was there to discuss? Agreeing right away was the only correct answer. On the other hand, Xilei and the others looked at each other and knew what Xianxia was worried about. Although it would be nothing for Xianxia to ask for three monster kings from the ancient wildlands with his connections with the three divine venerables, he obviously did not want to headhunt someone so rashly, especially subordinates of three divine spirits. At the very least, Xianxia had to discuss with Luanfeng and the others regarding this matter. Understanding this, Xilei and the other three monster kings did not insist anymore. After a moment of pondering, Xilei queried, "Young Master Yang, are you going to kill these people?" he asked casually, as if it wasn't 1,000 people before them but 1,000 chickens. This caused everyone to stare at Xianxia helplessly with pasty faces. At this moment, they knew that the fate of their lives was in Xianxia's hands. The dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters leading this group looked at Yang Kai with anxious smiles, afraid the order to kill would suddenly leak from his lips. Why should I do that? I have no grievances and no grudges against them. Yang Kai waved his hand and effused with a gleeful smile. Didn't you hear that they said they came to congratulate this young master for establishing a sect? Since they are here to offer congratulations, they are the guests of my high heaven palace. Yes, yes, young Master Yang is wise. Li Qingyuan sputtered, a look of joy for having survived a calamity filling his face. He knew that since Yang Kai had said these words, he and the others would not need to worry about leaving here alive today, and he was grateful for his generosity. Shilei nodded and apologized. This old rhino was reckless. In an instant, he changed the topic, barking at Li Qingyuan and the others. You bunch of trash! Since you are here to congratulate young Master Yang, why don't I see any gifts? Could all this talk of congratulations just be casual talk? Li Qingyuan and the others were shocked by this accusation but quickly recovered. We wouldn't dare to. Gifts? We did bring some, we did. While speaking, the dozen Emperor Realms Masters quickly searched their space rings while resolute and hesitant looks interchanged on their faces. In a short time, a dozen space rings were gathered in Li Qingyuan's hands. Walking over to Yang Kai with wobbly legs, Li Qingyuan squeezed out an ugly smile. Young Master Yang, this is just a small token to show our respect. I hope young Master Yang will kindly accept. Yang Kai took these things casually without even checking the contents. After plundering the ancient wildlands and the Seeking Passion Sect's treasury, these dozen space rings were really nothing to him. He nodded lightly. Sect Master Li is thoughtful. Li Qingyuan was unable to conceal the pain on his face. He had just offered a large part of his life savings for fear that Yang Kai would be dissatisfied. It was estimated that the other Emperor Realm Masters felt the same way. Otherwise, none of them would be displaying grievous expressions. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would put away their gifts without even looking at them? If Lin Qingyuan had known this would happen, he wouldn't have shaved so much meat off his bones and instead just given a small gift. Good, good. Young Master Yang, if you have no other instructions, this Li will take his leave. Li Qingyuan was extremely aggrieved by the loss of his wealth and wanted to leave here as soon as possible. And, speaking of instructions, this young master does need your help with one thing. Yang Kai began pleasantly. Li Qingyuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead in panic. I wonder what orders young Master Yang has? Yang Kai smiled slightly and started. Sect Master Li doesn't need to be so nervous. I only need you to do something simple. You just need to spread the word that this young master has occupied this piece of land and has established High Heaven Palace here. Li Qingyuan calmed down instantly and let out a breath of relief. So that's the case. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. What did Sect Master Li think it was? Li Qingyuan replied rather embarrassingly. This is nothing, just a trivial matter. Young Master Yang can count on this Li to complete this task. Although this Li is not so strong, he does have a good number of friends. This news will be spread out in the shortest possible time to avoid any harassment by uninformed rascals to your noble palace. That's good? Yang Kai smiled and nodded before glancing over at the other Emperor Realm Masters. I also hope that everyone can do me this favor. The Emperor Realm Masters dared not to disagree, nodding their heads frantically while striking their chests in promise. Yang Kai smiled lightly and cupped his fists. Since you are all the heroes of Northern Territory, I will definitely invite all of you again when I officially open the gates of High Heaven Palace. I hope all of you will be in attendance to celebrate with me at that time. Bitterness filled everyone's mouths at Yang Kai's words, for they knew that when they attended this ceremony, they would need to prepare another large gift. However, with no other choice, they promised Yang Kai their attendance with forceful enthusiasm. After a few more words, the group of outsiders escaped hurriedly. A bunch of trash. Why did young Master Yang bother giving them any face? Shilei snorted coldly. Although he did not witness the conflict between Yang Kai and the Emperor Realm Masters, he could roughly guess what had happened. According to his own personality, he would have killed them all to baptize the foundation of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. An extra friend means extra help. They are only interested in profit and had no grievances with me, so why should we kill ruthlessly? In the future, if High Heaven Palace is to gain a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not fitting to make enemies everywhere. You must know that everyone has their virtue. There might come a day that they will be of some use. Shilei flattered him immediately. Young Master Yang is wise. This old rhino did not think it through. Yang Kai was indifferent to his flattery, simply raising his hand and beckoning. Follow me. The three monster kings exchanged confused glances, but although they had no idea what Yang Kai was going to do, they all followed quickly. After a short while, everyone came to Yang Kai's newly arranged space array. Giving the three of them a glance, Yang Kai began. Many thanks to three monster kings during this incident. Without you, Ice Heart Valley would not have been able to survive the siege so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Shilei and others were shocked and replied hurriedly. Young Master Yang is too serious. It was just a trivial matter. Yang Kai smiled. It may be a trivial matter for you, but it is a life-saving grace for Ice Heart Valley. The two cannot be confused. After a pause, Yang Kai added, but now that the dust has settled, you three should return to the ancient wildlands first. Ah! Inflate exclaimed disappointedly as he looked at Yang Kai hopefully. Young Master Yang, you want us to go back now? It hasn't even been a few days since we came out. Yes, yes. Xie Wuwei nodded sharply and protested. Young Master Yang, is there nothing else for us to do? Just say it. The three of us will do it without hesitation. Shilei suggested eagerly. Young Master Yang can take us to wipe out the heads of the Northern Territory and unify it under his command. This proposal led Inflate and Xie Wuwei to applaud loudly, the monster chi in their bodies surging as they really seemed eager to start a reign of terror in the Northern Territory with Yang Kai at the helm. Yang Kai broke into laughter. Even though you three are powerful, there are differences between monsters and humans. If you really made a big uproar in the Northern Territory, I am afraid it would attract a lot of trouble. I know what you are thinking, but this matter cannot be rushed. It's unknown when that little girl will even be coming out, so just wait for news in the ancient lands. All three monster kings looked embarrassed when Yang Kai exposed their intentions. After all, they had only submitted to Yang Kai because of his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. Without Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai could not command such respect from them. The three also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Although they insisted on following Yang Kai to be in a favorable position, the point was that the Blood Gate had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would return, so it was useless for them to follow Yang Kai. But it would also be a waste to just go back like this, so they were quite unwilling to do so. No one would know when, or even if Yang Kai would think of them again. Xie Wuwei's eyes lit up suddenly as he proposed, Young Master Yang, let them go back. This Xie will follow you to protect you. The world is not benevolent, and everyone may not be the same as they appear to be. It's important to be careful while traveling the star boundary. Why do we have to leave and you get to stay? Inflate and Shilei asked in unison with a look of displeasure. This guy wants to reap the benefits all on his own. How shameless! Xie Wuwei huffed. Why now? Shilei yelled. Come then, let us fight for it. Whoever is the strongest gets to stay. We will prove our capabilities with action, not just words. Since it's to protect young Master Yang, of course the strongest should win the right. Among the 32 monster kings and 8 great kings, his strength was ranked in the top 3, so in a solo battle, Inflate and Xie Wuwei were definitely not his opponents. Xie Wuwei sneered at him. This is a waste of this king's time. Inflate nodded. Brother Xie, it's wrong for you to do this. Even if we really want to leave one person to protect young Master Yang, it's not going to be you. In regards to strength, Shilei is better than you, and in regards to speed and mobility, if this king claims to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. This king would make a far better protector. Xie Wuwei's face twitched before he snorted coldly. How about the fact that this Xie is young Master Yang's soul slave? As he spoke, with a surge of divine sense, a faint golden light appeared from his mind. The golden light was obviously a type of soul restriction. It was branded in Xie Wu Wei's knowledge sea, and Yang Kai's aura was radiating from it, making its origins obvious. Ying Fei and Shi Lei's jaws dropped, looking at Xie Wu Wei dumbfoundedly. They knew what was going on. Xie Wu Wei was indeed marked by a soul imprint, meaning he really was Yang Kai's soul slave. But when did this happen? The three monster kings had been together all this time, and they did not realize any unusual changes. Xie Wu Wei retracted the golden light and smiled faintly. This Xie had long surrendered to him since the last time young Master Yang entered the ancient lands. He is in total control of this Xie's life. If anything happened to young Master Yang, this Xie would die as well. So this Xie's loyalty and dedication to young Master Yang is beyond question. How can the both of you compare with me? Xie Wu Wei, who was a monster king, had actually become a soul slave. However, he was proud instead of ashamed of this fact. If an outsider who did not know the truth witnessed this, their eyes would definitely pop out from their sockets. But being Yang Kai's soul slave was a great deal in Ying Fei and Shi Lei's eyes too, and they silently cursed Xie Wu Wei in their hearts. If Xie Wu Wei had such a relationship with Yang Kai, there would be no doubt that Xie Wu Wei would be the one to stay back with Yang Kai. For a moment, Shi Lei and Ying Fei looked at Yang Kai helplessly. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Back then, in the 10,000 Spirits tomb of the ancient lands, he was forced to take Xie Wu Wei as his soul slave in order to protect himself, and Xie Wu Wei had also been very unwilling to accept such a fate at the time. After they came out of the 10,000 Spirits tomb, Xie Wu Wei was neither friendly nor aloof with Yang Kai, for he was afraid that others would look down on him because of this unusual relationship. Now, though, he actually took the initiative to disclose such information just to gain a slight upper hand in this argument. It was worth mentioning that the change in his attitude was quite funny. Yang Kai did not think that he was a person who was eager for quick success and instant benefits. But after all, the cultivation of these monster kings had reached a plateau, and their only hope to progress was to rely on the secrets of the Blood Gate. Who would not try hard to grab the only opportunity in front of them? Just when Xie Wu Wei was being jaunty and triumphant in front of the other two monster kings, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and a wisp of golden light flew out directly from Xie Wu Wei's forehead and returned to Yang Kai. Xie Wu Wei's smug face instantly went stiff. The shackles on him were lifted, but what followed was not joy. He put on a long face and cried, "Young Master Yang, you?" The soul imprint was retrieved, which meant that the connection of his soul to Yang Kai's was cut off, and he was no longer Yang Kai's soul slave. He had recovered his freedom. Xie Wu Wei did not expect that Yang Kai would be so decisive in doing so. If it was anyone else, they would not simply let go of such a powerful soul slave. They would certainly keep him to serve themselves. But Yang Kai just disposed of him like nothing. The generosity Yang Kai displayed was out of the ordinary. Ha 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 ha. Both Ying Fei and Shi Lei burst into laughter, their eyes lighting up when they realized what had happened as they secretly cheered. Who asked Xie Wu Wei to boast so shamelessly? This is your karma. You deserve it. Young Master Yang, you can't do this? Xie Wu Wei looked at Yang Kai with grief, as if Yang Kai had thoughtlessly abandoned him after using him. Yang Kai swung his hand impatiently. Leave, leave. All of you leave. Do we really have to leave? Shi Lei looked sad and was quite reluctant to go. Yang Kai explained, "Don't accuse me of driving you all away after using you. After all, you three are monster kings of the ancient lands, and your superiors are the divine venerables. If I retained you all without informing them, it would really be hard for me to explain it to them. In any case, it's now convenient for me to come and go from the ancient lands, so if I ever have need of help in the future, I'll look for the three of you." The three monster kings' moods were elevated at Yang Kai's words, and they nodded one after another. Young Master Yang must keep his word. When the time comes, don't call others, just us. There were 32 monster kings and 8 great kings in the ancient lands, and all of them were first-class masters. They did not want the other monster kings and great kings to build a good relationship with Yang Kai and tried to prevent that by hoping to stay by Yang Kai's side. I know, Yang Kai promised as he continued swinging his hand like he was chasing flies away. Only then did the 3 monster kings slowly step onto the space array. Yang Kai casually inserted source crystals into the array, and a moment later, he glanced at the three and asked, "Are you ready?" The three monster kings nodded and cupped their fists. "Take care, young Master Yang." Their unwillingness to leave could be heard in their voices, as if they were parting forever with Yang Kai. Yang Kai grunted in response and bellowed, "Go!" He poured his Emperor Qi into the space array as he spoke. Strangely though, nothing happened. Yang Kai and the three monster kings stared at each other for a long time, exchanging bewildered looks. "Ha!" Yang Kai was stunned, scratching his head as he tried the space array again and again, but to no avail. The three monster kings exchanged looks, getting excited again. Inflate beamed. "It seems even the heavens don't want us to leave." Xiaowu Wei immediately echoed, Yes, young Master Yang. Since the heavens have such intentions, you don't have to insist anymore." "What happened?" Yang Kai was puzzled, checking the space array thoroughly. Even though he just set this up, there should be no errors in it. After a thorough investigation, he confirmed that the space array was in perfect condition. Shilei questioned, "Young Master Yang, is it because this space array cannot connect to the ancient lands? We were directly teleported from ancient lands to Ice Heart Valley the last time." "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. The space arrays that he set were all connected to each other. In other words, the array in High Heaven Palace should be connected not only to Ice Heart Valley, but also to the ancient wildlands. While Yang Kai was still flabbergasted, a light suddenly burst out on the space array, followed by the emergence of two figures. Everyone took a closer look and realized that it was Ji Yao and Nanmen Dejun. After the teleportation, both of them seemed to have a brief vertigo, but soon, Ji Yao regained her senses while Nanmen Dejun took a little more time to recover, since his cultivation was weaker than hers. "Senior brother Yang, I've brought him to you." Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai as she spoke softly. Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement before turning to look at Nanmen Dejun. The latter met his eyes and immediately became excited. "Grandmaster Yang, I heard that you were looking for me." Ever since he saw the space array that was arranged by Yang Kai, the latter's position in his heart has risen to the level of a pinnacle array grandmaster, and Nanmen Dejun believed that he was even more learned in this Tao than himself. And Yang Kai nodded. Then he questioned, "But didn't I say that you should repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array first before coming here? Why did you come so soon?" Nanmen Dejun replied, "I've finished the repairs on that side. I heard that Grandmaster Yang was calling for me. So this Nanmen worked day and night to accomplish his task and then immediately rushed here right after." While speaking, he showed an obsequious face. "Don't tell me you only did a patchwork job?" Yang Kai looked at him incredulously. Repairing Ice Heart Valley sect defending array was a massive project, so how could it be done completely in just a few days? Nanmen Dejun explained in fear, "This Nanmen dares not. Grandmaster Yang is also proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. So this Nanmen doesn't have the guts to show off his meager skills before an expert." The reason why it could be repaired so fast was because this Nanmen had studied Ice Heart Valley sect defending array comprehensively for the past few months. Moreover, this Nanmen was also the one who suggested the array breaking method. So this Nanmen only had to reverse the damage done and was able to finish the repairs in just a short time. "I see." Yang Kai did not doubt him but replied solemnly, "I will go back to Ice Heart Valley to check later. If the sect defending arrays repairs are shoddy in any way, you will have to watch out for your head." "Don't worry, Grandmaster Yang," Nanmen Dejun assured him. After a pause, he continued, "By the way, why did Grandmaster Yang summon this Nanmen here in such a rush? What can this Nanmen do for you?" Yang Kai beckoned him. "Have a look at this place." Nanmen Dejun turned around to have a look before he gasped softly and soared up into the air to get a clearer view. When he returned, he asked with surprise, "Isn't this Seeking Passion sect?" He had been a guest of Seeking Passion sect for some time recently, so he naturally recognized this land. However, when he was here last, this place was crowded with outstanding people, but now, even though the scenery remained, the people were no longer here. He could not help feeling sorry for the tens of thousands of years of heritage of the Seeking Passion Great Emperor that had been abandoned here. It used to be the Seeking Passion sect, but now it is High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao's eyes flashed at Yang Kai's words, revealing a thoughtful look on her face, as though she seemed to have guessed something. Yang Kai pressed on. I want you to reopen the sect defending array here, then repair and improve it. Display all of your abilities here to ensure that this sect defending array is second to none in the star boundary. Nanmen Dejun was hyped up listening to it, as if he had received an awakening challenge. Yang Kai read his face and secretly nodded, extremely satisfied with his reaction. Grandmaster Yang is planning to occupy this land? Nanmen Dejun caught up very fast and guessed the intention of Yang Kai correctly. Good. Yang Kai admitted with a nod. How long will it take to complete such a project? Nanmen Dejun did not reply immediately, but pondered seriously for a moment before he answered. The sect defending array of Seeking Passion sect was not destroyed, just deactivated. This Nanmen needs to study the array charts and composition in detail. Only then can I come up with a method of improvement. It could take as little as 2 months, or as long as 3 months. But this Nanmen will definitely give Grandmaster Yang a satisfactory result. Good. I'll give you 3 months then. Yang Kai agreed without hesitation. Nanmen Dejun continued, but in order to set up and improve such a huge array, some materials would be needed. You can make a list of any materials you require and I will provide them for you, Yang Kai assured him. Now that he had plundered so much wealth, and even emptied the treasury of Seeking Passion sect, he certainly had the materials to improve the sect defending array here. Nanmen Dejun beamed from ear to ear. It's easy if I have the materials. Right? Does Grandmaster Yang want to do this together with this Nanmen? Yang Kai interjected with a deep voice. This young master is about to be very busy and cannot share the burden with you. You will have to deal with it alone. If you need any assistance. He turned to look at Ji Yao. Ji Yao immediately understood and answered, Leave that to me. I'll summon some sisters over from the sect. Then good. I'll have to trouble Elder Ji Yao when the time comes. Nanmen Dejun was rather disappointed. He wanted to take this opportunity to exchange experience with Yang Kai in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and was saddened when the latter did not give him a chance at all. However, it was his long-cherished wish as an array grandmaster to rebuild and improve a sect-defending array for such a great force. Soon, he got himself together, excused himself, and went to study the array charts of the original sect-defending array of Seeking Passion sect. After he left, Yang Kai looked at the space array at the side while rubbing his chin. So, it's not a problem here. If there was something wrong with the space array in front of him, it would have been impossible for Ji Yao and Nanmen Dejun to teleport here from Ice Heart Valley. What problem? Ji Yao questioned curiously. Shilei immediately grinned and explained the incident that happened before to her, making no attempt to hide the joyous look on his face. After listening to it, Ji Yao responded with a thoughtful look. 2 space arrays connected to each other are required to achieve a teleportation, so since there's nothing wrong here, and there's nothing wrong with the one in Ice Heart Valley, then the one in the ancient lands must be the issue. Like a dreamer awakened from a deep slumber, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he nodded. That must be it. After that, he suddenly recalled something and gritted his teeth. Lady Feng, this removing firewood from under the pot is really too cruel. The space array in the ancient lands could not have been broken for no reason. The only explanation was that it was intentionally destroyed by Luan Feng after his departure. Luan Feng probably feared that he would keep disturbing her in the future, and her worries were completely justified. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help grinding his teeth, feeling annoyed. Although it did not take much effort to set up a space array, the problem was that the ancient lands was so far away that it would take him a long time to travel there to arrange another. He would need to stay connected with the ancient lands in the future, so it would be convenient to him to keep a space array there. But he did not expect that Luan Feng would destroy the space array the moment he had left. In the end, there was nothing more poisonous than a woman's heart. Although Luan Feng appeared to be dignified and gentle, she was actually so cruel and ruthless. By the look of this, Yang Kai would need to set up a space array in the territory of the Stone Spirit clan the next time he went to the ancient lands, lest Luan Feng destroy it again. After Yang Kai came to this determination, he turned to Shilei and the others. It seems that you three have been abandoned by the ancient lands. Xile and the others racked their brains, but still could not understand why they could not be sent away. But instead of feeling disappointed, they were actually delighted. Good. Good. Lady Luanfeng must think that young Master Yang's matter is very serious and wishes for us to stay and safeguard him. Please don't reject us anymore. They grinned excitedly. Yang Kai replied, How can I drive you away given a situation like this? He was reluctant to keep the 3 monster kings with him before, mainly because he was being careful not to seriously offend the 3 divine venerables in the ancient lands. After all, these 3 monster kings were subordinates of those divine spirits, and it would not be kind to poach them without any notice. However, a tooth for a tooth. Since Luanfeng started this, then it was reasonable for Yang Kai to respond in kind, and the ancient lands could not blame him for it. A space array for 3 monster kings. It was a steal. Yang Kai did not feel guilty about it either. Xie Wu Wei could not hold down his smile as he rubbed his hands. Young Master Yang, if that's the case, can we join High Heaven Palace now? This Xie doesn't ask for much, just a position as a protector will do. Inflate and Xile looked excited too. Yang Kai beamed. With your abilities, you 3 are overqualified to be mere protectors. High Heaven Palace has barely been established now, and it will still take some time to open its gates to accept disciples. But when the day comes, you 3 will hold the position of high-rank foreign elders. Xile and the others exchanged looks, and could not be happier. With Yang Kai's words, they would be Yang Kai's people in the future, and he would naturally not forget them whenever there were benefits to be distributed. Compared with the other monster kings and great kings in the ancient lands, they were already 1 step ahead. Before the sect was officially established, it already had 3 high-rank foreign elders that were on par with third-order Emperor Realm Masters. If the news spread out, it would definitely gain a lot of admiration, envy, or even hatred. Congratulations to Senior Brother Yang. When High Heaven Palace is officially opened in the future, please inform my Ice Heart Valley so we may attend the party. Jiao chuckled on the side. She was truly happy for Yang Kai to settle down here and establish a sect because Ice Heart Valley had a good relationship with him. So both sects could look out for each other in the future. No one in the entire Northern Territory could threaten the status of these 2 giants once they allied. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Of course, when the time comes, I will have to trouble all the junior sisters from Ice Heart Valley. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, Right. How did Ice Heart Valley settle those tens of thousands of prisoners who surrendered? Jiao smiled wryly. Honored Master is still having a headache about this. Although they assisted the evildoers to harass our Ice Heart Valley, there aren't really any deep grudges between us. If we killed them all, it would only damage Ice Heart Valley's reputation, but if we released them, it would appear like Ice Heart Valley is good to bully. Yang Kai laughed. If so, you might as well ask them to work for me as laborers. Nanmen Dejun will certainly need some manpower to rebuild the sect-defending array of Seeking Passion sect. Of course, we should not tolerate those who have killed Ice Heart Valley disciples. Jiao nodded in agreement. Those people have already been executed, while those who are still alive are just some people who were cheering them on from the sidelines. However, Senior Brother Yang's proposal is good. Let's wait for Grandmaster Nanmen to come back and see how much manpower he needs. The discussion ended and they began to wait. Fortunately, this place had an excellent earth vein and was rich in world energy, so they could meditate and cultivate while waiting in a luxurious palace nearby. 2 days later, Nanmen Dejun came back, travel-worn and weary. He made a long list for Yang Kai of all kinds of precious materials. After taking a look at it, Yang Kai filled up several space rings with the materials for him generously. Not only that, but Jiao also returned to Ice Heart Valley to bring over the surrendered cultivators to assist the work of Nanmen Dejun. With that, High Heaven Palace sprang to life. There was a constant babble of voices and a bustling crowd coming and going. With the passage of time, everyone came to know that a young man named Yang Kai had occupied the territory of the Seeking Passion sect, and established a new sect here, High Heaven Palace. Many people from Ice Heart Valley came over to help too, including Lu Xianyun, Ziyu, and several others who were close with Yang Kai. With their supervision, those tens of thousands of surrendered troops dared not play tricks. After all, Ice Heart Valley had made it clear that as long as they redeemed themselves through good service, helping High Heaven Palace to arrange a grand spirit array, Ice Heart Valley would consider their past offenses settled and release them. With this promise, everyone worked diligently. Many rogue cultivators became quite interested in High Heaven Palace and made veiled inquiries to the Ice Heart Valley disciples regarding how to join this new sect. After all, this place was originally the headquarters of Seeking Passion sect, so who would dare to occupy this place without a certain capability? Moreover, these rogue cultivators somehow learned that High Heaven Palace had 3 high-ranking foreign elders who had strength on par with Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. High Heaven Palace would definitely have a bright future with such a foundation, and once its gates opened formally, it would immediately become one of the top sects in the star boundary. One would benefit a lot in life if he or she joined such a force early. Unfortunately, Ice Heart Valley's disciples did not know how to enter High Heaven Palace, so they could not give them any answers, which disappointed many. Inside High Heaven Palace, in a palace on top of the greatest mountain peak. This was supposed to be the cultivation place that belonged exclusively to Feng Xian. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by high-rank source crystals. As he circulated his secret art, those high-rank source crystals turned into dust one by one, transforming into streams of energy that poured into his body and flowed through his limbs and bones before settling in his dantian. Ever since the last fight with Shihua in the ancient lands, Yang Kai felt a desperate need to improve his strength. Although he was an Emperor Realm Master, he had not yet reached the level of invincibility. Furthermore, with the improvement of his strength, the enemies he faced were also getting stronger and stronger. If he did not want to feel helpless again in the future, he would have to quickly improve his cultivation. However, after the incident in the ancient lands, he was tied up with the crisis of Ice Heart Valley, so he could not spare much time to cultivate. He did have a lot of treasures to assist him, but he did not have the time to take them. Now that he finally had free time, Yang Kai naturally entered secluded retreat. With auxiliary spirit pills and piles of source crystals, the strength in Yang Kai's body increased steadily. Shilei and the others knew that Yang Kai was cultivating. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him. 2 months later, the sect-defending array of High Heaven Palace was fully arranged, and all the surrendered cultivators who helped were dismissed, while the Ice Heart Valley disciples also returned to the valley through the space array. The vast base of High Heaven Palace became still once more. Nanmen Dejun came to see Yang Kai in high spirits and wanted to report the results of his hard work during this period to him. But he was stopped by Ying Fei, who was guarding outside the mountain. Even after some unpleasant exchange, Nanmen Dejun still could not persuade Ying Fei to ask Yang Kai to come out. Depressed, he could only move on to study the cross-territory space array. During this time, Ji Yao also visited Yang Kai several times, but she did not get to see his face either. Ever since he went into retreat, Yang Kai seemed to be cut off from the outside world. Even the 3 Monster Kings had no idea when he would come out. But the 3 Monster Kings also knew that it was common to cultivate in retreat for years at a time once one reached the Emperor realm. As such, they were not worried about Yang Kai. One of them would guard outside the palace every day, while the other 2 would have fun traveling around. Time passed slowly, and after a full year, the palace that had been silent this whole time suddenly released a crackling sound, like the cracking of bones. Ying Fei, who was guarding outside today, instantly opened his eyes and looked into the palace, his sharp vision seemingly piercing the many barriers and restrictions, illuminating the internal situation clearly. Not long after, he put on a joyful face and stood up from where he was before letting out a long cry. After a while, 2 figures rapidly flew over from afar. Naturally, it was Xie Wu Wei and Shilei. As the palace doors opened, Yang Kai stepped out from the inside. Shilei and the others' eyes lit up, delighted, and went forward to greet him. Seeing that he was in high spirits, Xie Wu Wei beamed. It looks like young Master Yang has made great progress in cultivation. Yang Kai shook his head. It's just a little progression, but I don't know when I can break through. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai started to feel that his next breakthrough was not within the foreseeable future anymore. It was true that his strength had improved in this 1 year of retreat, but he still could not even feel the shackles of the Second Order Emperor realm. Ying Fei smiled. The path of cultivation is long and difficult. Take your time. Xile nodded in agreement from the side. Looking at those Emperor Realm Masters in the world, which one of them is not an old monster who cultivated for 1,000 years? Given young Master Yang has accomplished so many achievements at this young age, young Master Yang truly possesses heaven-defying talent, and will definitely be promoted soon. Yang Kai did not deny it, and also understood that he should never rush in cultivating. Therefore, he stopped discussing it further and asked, "How's the arrangement of the spirit array here?" Xile hurriedly handed a plain and age token to Yang Kai, and replied, "Nanmen Dejun is really impressive. It only took him 2 months to ameliorate the sect-defending array. This is the control token for the spirit array." Yang Kai took it over and sent his divine sense into it to examine it. In an instant, he felt that his body was connected with some existence in this part of the world. With a single thought, the sect-defending array that enveloped High Heaven Palace buzzed, and the ambient world energy trembled. Xile continued from the side. Nanmen Dejun also mentioned that young Master Yang may rest assured that this spirit array that he improved is much better than the sect-defending array of Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai nodded casually without a doubt, but then he looked out the mountain gate and asked, "Why are there so many people outside?" When he was inspecting the sect-defending array just now, he found that many cultivators were squatting outside the main gates. The cultivations of these people varied greatly, but most were young people. They were either in groups of 2 to 3, with a few staying alone, but all of them were putting on tidy and formal looks. Many people gazed intently at the 3 big engraved words, "High Heaven Palace," on the 10,000-year frozen heart iron standing outside the mountain gate, seemingly entranced by them. Inflate explained, "They are obviously here in hopes of entering High Heaven Palace. Young Master Yang, the great name of High Heaven Palace has now spread all across the Northern Territory. So for more than half a year, many young people have come here to see if they stand a chance of joining the sect. But now they can't enter as the gates have been closed. Therefore, they are camping out outside. Some of them even waited for more than half a year to show their sincerity." "I see." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He was not really surprised about it and did not pay much attention to it after scanning outside once with his divine sense. The name of High Heaven Palace had finally spread out, and with 3 monster kings guarding the sect, it had a strong impression on people. Normally, this would be the time for a new sect to recruit new blood, so those rogue cultivators who had no background definitely would jump at this opportunity to enter the sect. For example, Lu Xianyun was once an overlord in the Grand Desolation Star field back then, but she could not even obtain adequate cultivation resources when she arrived in the star boundary. This was the downside of not having backing from a sect. If she had not met Yang Kai again and been introduced into Iceheart Valley, she would probably still be worrying about scraping together enough source crystals just to cultivate. It was the same for Chiyu, Guizhu, and the others. There were many cultivators like this in the star boundary. Not everyone was as lucky as Yang Kai. For these people, they did not wish to be prosperous in the future after joining High Heaven Palace, but were simply striving to obtain backing powerful enough that they could peacefully cultivate. High Heaven Palace had already achieved a shocking result before opening its gates. The entire Northern Territory would be in an uproar when its founding was announced and cultivators flocked over like a school of silver carps moving downstream. Xile asked, "Does young Master Yang want to open the gates and accept disciples now?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not in a hurry." He occupied this place mainly to provide shelter to his friends and family who were back on Shadowed Star. He did not even know how to return to Hung Luo Star Field now though. So why would he simply open the gates and accept outsiders he didn't know? But since Yang Yan and the Insect Emperor could travel to Hung Luo Star Field, then he also should be able to, he just didn't know the way to do it yet. Perhaps he should try to search for Yang Yan to ask her about it. Troubled, Yang Kai turned around. "I need to take a trip to the Southern Territory. Which of you 3 would like to accompany me?" "Me." Sure enough, the 3 monster kings answered in unison before glaring fiercely at each other. When Inflate regained his senses, he asked, "Young Master Yang, we can all follow you. Why do you only want to bring one?" Xile and Xia Wu Wei nodded too, wondering why Yang Kai made such an arrangement. Yang Kai explained, You three are monster kings, so if all of you travel together through the star boundary, it will draw far too much attention and might attract some unwanted trouble. In addition, I also need someone to guard this place. Even though High Heaven Palace has a powerful sect defending Array and its gates have been sealed shut, who knows if there will be some fools who dare to come to make trouble. If all of us leave, this place will become unguarded. Since this young master has established High Heaven Palace here, he will be treating this place as his home for the foreseeable future, so you need not worry about this young master abandoning it. We will be spending many years together here. They all found Yang Kai's explanation reasonable. They were already in the same boat with Yang Kai and were already the high-ranking foreign elders of High Heaven Palace, but if they gave Yang Kai too much pressure and seemed to be too eager for quick benefits, Yang Kai might be displeased with them. After exchanging looks, Xie Wu Wei smiled faintly. Then, "Young Master Yang, please pick one of us. We will agree with whoever you pick." Ing Fei and Shi Lei nodded in agreement. It would be hard for them to make a decision on their own because they couldn't give this chance to another. Therefore, it was better to let Yang Kai decide so no one could argue about it. Yang Kai answered as he nodded his head. Then, "Ing Fei, you are the fastest, so I will be depending on you for this trip to the Southern Territory." After hearing this, Ing Fei could not help feeling delighted as he cupped his fists and replied, "Young Master Yang is wise, dispirited." Shi Lei replied too. "Then Brother Xie and I will watch over the sect here." "Many thanks, both of you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After some discussion, Yang Kai, together with Ing Fei, traveled to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to say goodbye to Bing Yun. When they returned to Ice Heart Valley, the valley had seemingly turned over a new leaf in just a year. Moreover, after the last ordeal, the whole of Ice Heart Valley had become even more united. Most of the disciples were currently cultivating in retreat and dared not slack off. The pair did not stay too long in Ice Heart Valley, and after half a day, Yang Kai and Ing Fei left through its space array. The Southern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Northern Territory, and the journey there was long and difficult, full of dangerous mountains and rivers, not an easy trek even for Emperor Realm Masters. Space arrays could only span portions of the journey, while most of the time one would have to travel under their own power. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle sped along as fast as lightning, leaving only a faint afterimage wherever it went. The giant eagle was Monster King Ing Fei's monster beast form. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Throughout the whole ancient lands, he was universally acknowledged as the fastest among the 32 monster kings and 8 great kings. This was why Yang Kai had Ing Fei accompany him. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on Ing Fei's back, which was spacious enough to accommodate a whole house, and felt not even a slight headwind despite their astonishing speed. There were really not many existences in the level of monster kings who were willing to serve as a mount in this world. Nevertheless, Monster King Ing Fei was happy to provide his service and had no complaints at all. Though the journey was boring, Yang Kai did not waste his time and was focused on his cultivation. It was quite safe to fly all the way as most cultivators could not even sense a trace of Ing Fei's existence, while those who could sense his presence would not dare to provoke Ing Fei and would have escaped as fast as they could. 2 months later, Ing Fei suddenly spoke, "Young Master Yang, we have reached the Southern Territory. Where to now?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stopped circulating his secret art. He stood up and looked around before saying, "Find a city, so we can ask for directions." Ing Fei received his order and started to search for a city down below. After half a day, a fairly prosperous city entered Ing Fei's eyes, and with a flap of his wings, he descended. After a short while, he assumed his human form and retracted his monster chi, landing in front of the city gates together with Yang Kai. They did not mean to enter the city, so Yang Kai casually stopped a cultivator who passed by and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is Thousand Leaves Sect?" The main purpose of him coming to the Southern Territory this time was to go to Thousand Leaves Sect, as Chiyu Guizhu and his other seniors were being hosted there. Since he had established High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. In comparison to Thousand Leaves Sect, the cultivation environment of High Heaven Palace now was definitely better and safer. It was just that the Southern Territory was vast, and Yang Kai did not know which direction the Thousand Leaves sect was from where he stood, so he could only ask someone about it. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city, and he was quite angered at being stopped so abruptly. He made a fuss as he thought that he was the superior one with his Dao Source Realm cultivation. However, as soon as he saw the shining high-rank source crystal in Yang Kai's hand, his eyes lit up and he swiftly snatched it and examined it for authenticity before he asked Yang Kai curiously, "Are you a Thousand Leaves sect disciple?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No, why do you ask so?" The man checked left and right, then whispered cautiously, "Don't ask too much if you're not a Thousand Leaves sect disciple. The Thousand Leaves sect has suffered a great disaster." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's face changed and instinctively felt something was wrong. The Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, not one that was extremely famous and well-known, so Yang Kai had not expected to obtain any information immediately when he inquired about it here. Surprisingly, though, the first person he met actually knew about Thousand Leaves sect and even mentioned it was in some kind of trouble. Puzzled, the man asked, "Did friend just come out of retreat? How can you not know about this news?" Yang Kai queried in a deep voice, "What happened?" The man whispered, "The Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed." "What?" Yang Kai was so appalled that he could not believe his ears. The man shook his head. Thousand Leaves sect overestimated itself like an ant and tried to shake a mighty tree. A year ago, the sect was destroyed and all of its disciples fled. Friend, if you have anything to do with Thousand Leaves sect, you'd best sever those ties as soon as possible lest you draw trouble to yourself. This person seemed to have kindly warned Yang Kai for the sake of that high-rank source crystal. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, however. A year ago, he brought the 3 monster kings to destroy the Seeking Passion sect, but he did not expect that Thousand Leaves sect would also be destroyed at the same time. He happened to encounter the long-lost Qiyu, Guizhu Aio, and others during that time when he was invited by Yi Jinghan, the daughter of Thousand Leaves sect's sect master in Maplewood City, to Thousand Leaves sect to repair their hidden space array and restore their connection to a small sealed world which contained their lost inheritance. Yang Kai was not well connected with the Thousand Leaves sect, so they meant little to him personally, but Qiyu and the others were in the Thousand Leaves sect, so that made all the difference. Now that the Thousand Leaves sect was wiped out, what happened to Qiyu and the others? Yang Kai had tight bonds with those who came to the star boundary from Hung Luo Star Field with him. Qiyu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother, so she was considered to be his mother-in-law. Aio was Shuiyu's father, his father-in-law. Guizhu was the supreme elder of his High Heaven sect, and the two of them had been through many life and death experiences together. The only one he was less familiar with was Gu Zongyun, the Union Master of Sword Union. Yang Kai's face was scrunched up at the sudden bad news, and terrifying murderous intent instantly diffused into the air as he stared at this unknown man. "Are you lying to me?" The expression of the man who initially did not pay much attention to Yang Kai changed drastically when he felt Yang Kai's aura. Yelping in amazement, "Emperor Realm!" He did not expect this young man who stopped to ask for directions was actually an Emperor Realm master. Had he known this, he would not dare have spoken so carelessly just now. The cold, murderous intent as thick as substance lingered next to him, making him feel like he could die at any moment, so he could not help but sweat profusely and stutter, "Sir, this lowly one isn't lying. The Thousand Leaves sect is really gone. Everyone in the Southern Territory knows this." "Bullshit." Yang Kai grabbed his neck and lifted him up. There were 1,000,001 large and small sects in the star boundary. So how could the news of the extermination of a second-class sect like Thousand Leaves sect, which had essentially no fame or influence, cause such commotion? Only the destruction of top sects like the Seeking Passion sect would turn an entire territory into an uproar. To put it even more bluntly, the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect would just be like a stone dropped into the vast ocean of the Southern Territory, causing some small local ripples at most that would immediately dissipate. This was why Yang Kai instinctively felt that this man was lying. Being grabbed by the neck, the person was struggling to breathe, but to no avail. "Young Master Yang," Inflate cautioned from the side, aware that Yang Kai's mood was greatly affected, while also realizing that this Thousand Leaves sect should have an extremely important place in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai frowned and quickly realized he had lost control of his emotions. He loosened his grip and set the man down before quickly ordering, "Tell me everything you know. I won't mistreat you if you are really telling the truth." The man choked and sputtered for a long time, tears running down his cheeks, but he did not dare to show any irritation. When he finally caught his breath after a while, "Sir, what do you want to know?" The Emperor Realm Master in front of him seemed to be subject to shifting mood, so he did not dare to try to guess his thoughts and could only inquire carefully. "Who destroyed the Thousand Leaves sect?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice. "I heard that they angered the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Xianxia frowned, trying to recall where he had heard about this sect. After thinking carefully, he eventually remembered that it was in the Four Seasons realm that he had encountered some disciples from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. In Xianxia's impression, this sect was not a first-class sect with considerable strength. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword sect annihilate Thousand Leaves sect? Xianxia pressed on. What deep grievances did the two have with each other? The man hurriedly replied. There was no deep hatred, but the treasures of Thousand Leaves sect provoked jealousy. A thought flashed across Xianxia's mind as he quickly guessed. The Heaven-grade puppets? The so-called Heaven-grade puppets were the core inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect from thousands of years ago. Back then, while Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance was intact, its ancestors had profound attainments in the Tao of puppets and had refined a dozen or so Heaven-grade puppets for the sect. Every Heaven-grade puppet was comparable to an Emperor Realm Master. The Thousand Leaves sect in its heyday was also a top sect in the Southern Territory, renowned throughout the star boundary. However, its descendants were too mediocre and were unable to carry forward the glory of their ancestors. Their reputation declined from generation to generation, and Thousand Leaves sect was eventually reduced to a mere third-class sect, with most of its knowledge of puppet arts being lost to history. Fortunately, Xianxia had repaired their hidden space array last time, reopening their exclusive small sealed world and allowing them to retrieve their long-lost secret techniques, enabling them to reactivate the Heaven-grade puppets. Lu Yan's current body was also obtained from that small sealed world. If it were not for that opportunity, Lu Yan would still have no physical form of her own. The man nodded his head earnestly at Xianxia's mention of the Heaven-grade puppet. Exactly. It turns out that Sir also knows about the Thousand Leaves sect's Heaven-grade puppets. In the past few years, Thousand Leaves sect regained control of its lost inheritance for some reason, the Heaven-grade puppets, which had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be quite interested in these treasures and launched a war to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. That's it. Xianxia's face darkened and looked ugly. The man smiled bitterly. The world revolves around benefits and profits. It's hard not to attract people's attention given that the Thousand Leaves sect master was only a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, while he and his sect possessed multiple Heaven-grade puppets that were comparable to Emperor Realm Masters. It was true. If there was an emperor assuming command of the Thousand Leaves sect, it would still be acceptable for them to control Heaven-grade puppets comparable to Emperor Realm cultivators. But the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master Yihen was nothing but a third-order Tao Source Realm, so it was inevitable for others to feel he was unworthy of the Heaven-grade puppets. After pondering for a while, though, Xianxia interrogated coldly. The Thousand Leaves sect had over 10 Heaven-grade puppets, each having strength comparable to an Emperor Realm Master. How could the Flowing Shadow Sword sect so easily destroy them? He knew the capabilities of those Heaven-grade puppets because Lu Yan owned a White Tiger Heaven-grade puppet, which could exert a combat power comparable to a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was good, it was not a top sect of the Southern Territory, so how could it be possible for them to overwhelm such a formidable force so easily? The man laughed wryly. I really don't know. Everyone found this point strange as well. The Heaven-grade puppets from the Thousand Leaves sect were probably not as powerful as the rumors claimed them to be. This was also true in a sense. Although each Heaven-grade puppet was powerful, it required a human to control it. And since there was no Emperor Realm Master in Thousand Leaves sect, the full potential of any Heaven-grade puppet couldn't be displayed. However, Xianxia had a feeling that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. What happened to the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect after it was destroyed? Xianxia asked anxiously. The man replied, Some died, some escaped. I'm afraid not many survived. But I heard that some of them were captured, and among those who were captured there was actually a star master of a lower star field. Is that true? Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly. The man gave a wry laugh. I would not dare to deceive, sir. Many people in the star boundary originally came from lower star fields, but only a small minority of them are star masters. It is said that to become a star master one needs to refine a star source, but I don't know how that guy was fortunate enough to get a complete star source. Although that person's cultivation was not high, he had a bright future. This is also information that was publicized by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, how would this have caused such an uproar in the Southern Territory? Why are they trying to spread this news? Yang Kai asked with a weird expression, his anxiety having calmed greatly. The star master mentioned by this man was, if Yang Kai was not mistaken, AIO. Since AIO was fine, Qiyu and the others should be fine too. Of course, this was just the ideal outcome he was hoping for while it was possible that they had encountered some kind of accident. What else could they do? They are spreading the news to promote the auction Flowing Shadow Sword sect is going to hold a month from now. They wanted to let it be widely known so they could sell off the heaven-grade puppets of Thousand Leaves sect and that Star Master at a high price. Is a Star Master something that can be auctioned off? Yang Kai was stunned. The man laughed wryly again. Sir must be joking. That Star Master has a complete star source inside of him. So if it can be extracted and transferred to a disciple with good aptitude, that disciple will have a boundless future and admirers will rush to him like flocks. After hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly recalled the time when he encountered Yin Lushang in the Starlight Corridor. Back then, Yin Lushang seemed to be extremely interested in the star source in his body, and even claimed that he had a secret technique that could extract and transfer it to another. Now it seemed that Yin Lushang was not lying. A complete star source played an extremely important role in the cultivation of a cultivator. In this case, AIO's life was currently not in danger, but Yang Kai was worried about Qiyu and the others. In a month, Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai murmured to himself, already forming plans in his mind. Now that the Thousand Leaves sect had been wiped out, and it had already been a year since it happened, there was no need to rush to take action no matter how anxious he was. He could only wait for an opportunity. One last question. Where is Thousand Leaves sect and where is Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, looking at him intimidatingly. That person dared not to disobey Yang Kai, and pointed in the two directions obediently. He did not get a response for a long time, and turned to find that the young man had already disappeared. He felt like he had just escaped death, and it was only then that he realized that his clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he was just fished out of a lake. Up in the sky, Yang Kai and Inflate were speeding side by side like lightning. Inflate did not dare to probe Yang Kai, who seemed to be in a bad mood, but secretly felt that someone was going to be in trouble now. If Yang Kai dared to destroy a huge sect like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, this Flowing Shadow Sword sect's end would probably not be good. After a long silence, Inflate finally commented, Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just me, but something feels off. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I can feel it too. What are your thoughts? It was said that bystanders would have a clearer picture of the situation than the involved party. Yang Kai was too focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves sect, Qiyu, and the others, and did not have the presence of mind to carefully consider all aspects of this situation. However, the cold wind whipping past them must have calmed him down, allowing him to notice many strange points. Now that Inflate mentioned it, he immediately comprehended that he was already skeptical of the described scenario, feeling something was really off. Inflate answered, since the Thousand Leaves sect was wiped out a year ago, why wasn't the auction held immediately? If hosting an auction to reap profits was the ultimate goal of all this, it should have been hosted a long time ago. Not only that, but this news seems to have been deliberately spread out as if they wanted to make sure it reaches someone. And they have been fermenting the news over the past year, as if they were afraid that it would not reach their intended target. The last time Yang Kai came to Thousand Leaves sect, it still had towering mountains and beautiful scenery, but all that was now replaced with depressing ruins. The mountains and plains were filled with devastated houses, and the pavilions in the forest were basically all collapsed. Traces of war could be seen everywhere, while the blood on the ground had long dried up. Birds were still flitting across the sky, but the land was a scorched mess. As Xianxia flew overhead slowly, his face darkened. He scanned the place with his divine sense and found no living people inside the vast Thousand Leaves sect, only some birds and beasts living in the mountains, the air still filled with a pungent smell of decomposition. The Thousand Leaves sect had really been wiped out. Although the Thousand Leaves sect was not a big sect, it still had over 10,000 years of history and once held a top position in the Southern Territory, with countless disciples and masters at its command. But now, the Thousand Leaves sect no longer existed in the world anymore. A blaze of anger churned in Xianxia's chest that left him feeling dreadfully uncomfortable. Although it was just intuition, Xianxia felt that this had something to do with him. But no matter how much he racked his brain, he still could not figure out what kind of connection he had with the Thousand Leaf sect that had led it to its demise. Perhaps, he could only ask the Flowing Shadow Sword sect to understand the reason for all this. Abruptly, Xianxia lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Thousand Leaves sect's main hall, which seemed to have a few living auras inside of it. His eyes turned solemn as he immediately headed towards it. After a short while, he landed in front of the main hall. There was supposed to be a statue standing in this plaza, a representation of the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder, a symbol of worship for all of this great man's descendants. However, the status had collapsed long ago, seemingly having been cut down by a single slash of a sword. The cut was neat, and it must have been done by someone with outstanding strength. Xianxia touched the cut, and he felt a remnant aura of wind still lingering about it. Inside the main hall, a smell of cooking meat wafted out, and Xianxia could vaguely hear the murmurs of a few people. Xianxia pushed the door, sending a gust of cold wind into the building. There were a few people sitting on the ground in the main hall beside a bonfire, which was cooking up some unknown broth. Each of these people were drinking from a large bowl of wine in one hand, while gnawing on big chunks of meat they held in the other, truly enjoying themselves. They turned around simultaneously at the sound of the doors being thrown open, and a man who was slightly older straightened up and glared at Xianxia while shouting, "Who are you?" Xianxia checked them out and found that they were not Thousand Leaves sect disciples, so he could not help feeling a bit disappointed. But honestly, if there were some disciples that survived the Thousand Leaves sect's destruction, they would probably have run away and hidden somewhere rather than openly squatting in the ruins of their sect. Among the people here, the strongest was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the rest were just Saint Kings. They seemed to be just some rogue cultivators without any big background. Now that the Thousand Leaves sect was exterminated, a deserted and vast mountain range like this naturally became an excellent refuge for them. Xianxia did not mean to waste his time on them and immediately asked, "Is there no one alive from the Thousand Leaves sect here?" In case they did not realize who they were dealing with, Xianxia purposely released some of his aura while he spoke. The few people rapidly sensed this threat, especially the man who put up a domineering demeanor before, and their faces changed instantly. The leader got up and bowed deeply as he addressed Xianxia nervously. "I didn't see any." The answer was as Xianxia expected, and he nodded in acknowledgement, sweeping his gaze left and right, not saying anything more. Cold sweat was trickling down the lead man's forehead like droplets of rain. He was petrified on the same spot where he stood. It took quite a long while before Xianxia turned around and exited the hall. Only then did the few cultivators in the main hall feel relieved, their muscles relaxing from the tension. To them, a master like Xianxia could easily take away their lives if he wanted, and these so-called masters usually had wild mood swings, so no one would know when they would suddenly start slaughtering. Therefore, it was better for them to avoid these masters while they were out in the world. The small group who just escaped death exchanged knowing looks before they fled out of the main hall, running away as fast as they could, ignoring the almost done broth. In a nameless mountain valley, Xianxia looked around for a while, then stood in a certain place with his eyes brightened. This mountain valley was familiar to Xianxia. He had come here before when he visited Thousand Leaves sect, because this was their restricted area. No one could enter this place except the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect in previous generations. From the outside, this place looked like a normal mountain valley, but it was actually covered by a huge illusion array, and a space array that led to the small sealed world owned by Thousand Leaves sect was hidden here. Emperor Heaven Valley. Xianxia finally remembered the name of the small sealed world. It was this Emperor Heaven Valley where Xianxia encountered the powerful corpse puppet and Lu Yen obtained her spirit puppet body. There should have been a war in the mountain valley that day, because there were traces of battle all around, dried blood and bones scattered about everywhere. It seemed that many had died on the day Thousand Leaves sect was attacked. Xianxia carefully examined the damaged space array in the middle of the mountain valley for a moment before his eyes lit up. He could see that the space array was destroyed by brute force, and the person who did this seemed to be in a rush, as if there was an emergency at that time. Xianxia could not help guessing that the person who destroyed this space array was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yihen. It would be good news if it was him, because there was a great possibility that there were still some Thousand Leaves sect disciples alive in Emperor Heaven Valley if that was the case. If it was Yihen, knowing that his sect could not be saved anymore, he would immediately transfer his disciples and relatives to Emperor Heaven Valley and destroy the space array in order to save their lives. Emperor Heaven Valley was a small sealed world that, while not big, would have no trouble supporting a large number of people while keeping them safe as long as the space array was destroyed. The traces of the hastily destroyed space array also proved this point. With a single thought, Xianxia stood up and commanded, "Monster King, stand guard here." He wanted to reopen the space array and have a look inside the Emperor Heaven Valley. Everything would be clear then. Inflate straightened up as he nodded before disappearing in an instant, hiding in some unknown place. With a swing of Xianxia's sleeve, a gust of wind blew the debris away on the damaged space array, and he reached out his hand to touch the remaining base. This space array of the Thousand Leaves sect was repaired by Xianxia last time, so although it was damaged again, it was not difficult for Xianxia to repair it again with his past experience. As space principles fluctuated, a hum in the air around Xianxia began, and soon, the local space began to warp and collapse. From the void, there seemed to be a mysterious force resonating with Xianxia, and a connection to some other space that had been severed seemed to be repairing itself. Wha! A dark portal entrance suddenly opened, one filled with chaotic nothingness, giving out an uneasy feeling as if it could devour all things. A void corridor. Xianxia pushed his space principles to maintain the stability of the void corridor before he stood up and shouted, "Monster King!" Inflate reappeared by his side, looking at the void corridor in awe. Even a man as strong as him did not underestimate this seemingly quaint existence, because once he was trapped in it, he would likely be lost in the void crack, never able to find his way out again. With a big wave of his hand, Xianxia wrapped the two of them with his Emperor Qi and rushed directly into the corridor. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished, together with the newly formed void corridor. Xianxia and Inflate appeared at the same time on the space array in Emperor Heaven Valley. There was no one around this place. Xianxia started to search the ground with his clear-sighted eyes, and soon, his vision lit up. He saw some traces of blood on the ground and many distinct sets of footprints. Inflate sniffed the air and informed quickly, "There are many people here." As a monster king, his sense of smell was naturally remarkable. Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement before turning his sight in a certain direction. Over there. He remembered there was a mountain valley and many caves on that side. It was also where he met the corpse puppet last time. If any Thousand Leaves sect disciples survived and escaped here, they should have settled down in that mountain valley. The two of them flew to the mountain valley. Emperor Heaven Valley was not big, but its world energy was quite rich despite it being a small sealed world. Therefore, it became the foundation for the establishment of the Thousand Leaves sect in the past. After a stick of incense, the pair reached the sky above the mountain valley. Xianxia did not hide himself but deliberately released his aura for all to feel. Rustles were heard from the surrounding mountain valley, followed by the flashing of shadows. Cultivators with different levels of strength came out from the forest one after another, all of them staring at Xianxia with pale faces. No one else had come here for more than a year since they had first gone into hiding. They thought that it was the safest place in the world as the array outside had been destroyed and no one could enter. But today, two outsiders broke into this place. This frightened the Thousand Leaves sect survivors, for they had no idea what kind of fate was awaiting them. The scene of the annihilation of their sect 1 year ago was still vivid in their memories, and the devastating pathos full of blood and tears was still fermenting in their hearts. Was the time for them, who had a second chance of living, coming to an end? Two people came out of the biggest cave at that moment, one tall, the other graceful. Senior Sister Yi, Senior Brother Du. The Thousand Leaves sect disciples saluted this pair respectfully. When Yi Jinghan and Du Xian appeared, unlike the distressed disciples, they seemed quite overjoyed, because when Yi Hen sent them into Emperor Heaven Valley, he told them that if someone reopened Emperor Heaven Valley one day, it would certainly be Yang Kai. As such, when they sensed that outsiders had entered Emperor Heaven Valley, their first thought was that Yang Kai had come. Now that they saw it for themselves, they realized it was indeed Yang Kai. The appearance of his familiar figure was the best news they had in the past year. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's tears ran down her face just when she was about to speak. The last time she saw Yang Kai, the Thousand Leaves sect was still in high spirits after having regained its ancestral legacy and taken back the secret techniques it had lost millennia ago. However, the Thousand Leaves sect had changed a lot now, having completely lost its previous glory. Seeing Yang Kai reminded Yi Jinghan of her father, and she could not control her sorrow because she did not know whether he was still alive or dead. Brother Yang. Du Xian cupped his fists excitedly, even though he was not as emotional as Yi Jinghan. As long as Yang Kai had come, they would have an opportunity to leave here, and would not need to be trapped in Emperor Heaven Valley all their lives. Although the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed without reason and the enemy was strong, as the eldest senior brother of the younger generation in the Thousand Leaves sect, he had the responsibility and obligation to seek revenge. To get revenge, though, he first needed to improve his strength, and secondly, he needed to find a way to leave this place. Improving his strength was something he could do on his own, but he could only rely on Yang Kai to leave here. Sister Yi, Brother Du. Yang Kai nodded lightly, sighing, "My deepest condolences." He did not know what else to say. It was understandable for anyone who suffered the destruction of their own sect to be emotional, so he tried to be considerate of Yi Jinghan's distress. The clueless Thousand Leaves sect disciples watched the three of them exchange a few sentences, and seemed to have an inkling of his identity. Soon, the crowd below burst into discussion. Ever since they took refuge in this place, Du Xian told them not to be discouraged and not to give up lightly, for they still had a chance to leave here and avenge their sect, as long as a person named Yang Kai arrived. Now that he was here, many Thousand Leaves sect disciples rejoiced and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "Is everyone here?" Yang Kai glanced around, but was a little disappointed that the people he hoped to meet were nowhere to be seen. There were not many here, at most only 500,000 Leaves sect survivors gathered in this mountain valley. The cultivations of this group were uneven, and less than 10 of them were Dao Source Realm. Young Master Yang. Let's continue inside. Yi Jinghan recovered a little, wiped the corners of her eyes, and gestured. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the cave. Inflate followed closely behind with his aura hidden from the others. The cave appeared to have been inhabited for a while. Yi Jinghan, Du Xian, and the others had lived here for more than a year, working hard on cultivating with the motivation that one day they would be able to seek justice for their sect. There was no furniture in the cave, so the few of them sat on the floor. It seemed that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian held the highest cultivation and status among the few remaining Thousand Leaves sect disciples. What happened exactly? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is that really the case? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at each other, and the former nodded slightly while the latter answered, "Brother Yang has heard correctly. The ones who destroyed our Thousand Leaves sect indeed came from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. It was also rumored that the Heaven Grade puppets were the reason the Flowing Shadow Sword sect attacked. Is that true?" Du Xian raged. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect cultivates the Sword Dao and has always focused on swordsmanship, so they wouldn't be tempted even if our Thousand Leaves sect had Heaven Grade puppets. There must be a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow and probed, "Why do you say this?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at each other again, hesitant to speak. Yang Kai persuaded them, "It's okay. Since I am here, I naturally have to investigate this matter clearly. I have friends in the Thousand Leaves sect too." Hearing this, Du Xian spoke, "Brother Yang, do you remember Hua Qingxi?" Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua. How could he not know Hua Qingxi? From the sound of Du Xian's words, the destruction of the Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have something to do with Hua Qingxi, causing his suspicions to increase. Moreover, he had not seen Hua Qingxi after their separation in the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai did not know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially about the sealed world bead, but he trusted her and had returned her freedom to her, even gifting her a lot of valuable resources such as the extraordinary treasure pill. Du Xian continued, "After the Shattered Star Sea closed, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to the Thousand Leaves sect and said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for you here at the Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai nodded and confirmed, "Yes, we did make such arrangements." When he was separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea that day, Yang Kai had said that if she could not find him before it closed, she could wait for him at the Thousand Leaves sect, because Qi Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect and he would return there one day. Now, it seemed that Sister Hua had indeed kept her promise and came to the Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Du Xian asked with a solemn expression, "Does Brother Yang know her true origins?" Yang Kai simply replied, "She's a Star Soul Palace disciple." This was not a secret as he knew it a long time ago. Hua Qingxi was ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to trace the death of an exiled disciple of Star Soul Palace, Han Lung. There, she encountered Yang Kai, who turned her into a soul slave and sent her into the sealed world bead after a series of twists and turns. Du Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai was clueless about this. He did not know that Yang Kai's mind was clear as a bright mirror and assumed that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, so he was a little bit hesitant to talk about it. But now it seemed that the situation was not what he had thought. Now he was confused. Yang Kai frowned. "Brother Du, you can be honest. I trust Sister Hua. The tragedy the Thousand Leaves sect suffered should not have anything to do with her. If he did not trust her, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to set her free. He would still be controlling her life through her soul brand." Du Xian grunted before continuing, "Brother Yang, when the Senior Hua returned to the Thousand Leaves sect, she was already an Emperor Realm Master, but she said that she had an appointment with you, and she would wait for you at the Thousand Leaves sect. So Honored Master cordially invited her to stay in the sect. During that time, she was very close to Qi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi was aware of the relationship between Yang Kai and Qi Yu and the others, so there was nothing suspicious about them getting close to each other. Hua Qingxi had apparently also broken through to the Emperor realm during her stay in the Shattered Star Sea, not putting the extraordinary treasure pill that Yang Kai gave her to waste. It was peaceful at that time since our Thousand Leaves sect had regained its long-lost inheritance and had an Emperor Realm Master in the sect as a guest. Everything seemed to be going well. Nostalgia flitted across Du Xian's face as he reminisced the short period of his thriving sect. Unfortunately, those times did not last. Suddenly, one day, a very powerful master came to the Thousand Leaves sect to find Senior Hua. We could not see the cultivation of that person, but he was obviously an emperor as well. No one knew what the person said to Senior Hua, but it was also at that time that we came to learn that Senior Hua was not just a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, but the direct disciple of a Star Soul Palace elder. After that person left, our sect master went to see Senior Hua, but Senior Hua was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where she went, but since Senior Hua was from Star Soul Palace, and also an Emperor Realm Master, we believed that no one would dare to hurt her, so we did not take this matter to heart. But just 1 month after that incident, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect suddenly attacked our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason, seemingly determined to exterminate us. Yang Kai listened for a while, and then concluded calmly, "So, you are guessing that this matter has something to do with Sister Hua? How is it related?" Du Xian explained, "It's not just a guess, because when our sect was under attack, the master who had come for Senior Hua was there too. I witnessed that man from afar before, so although I couldn't see his face clearly, I definitely could not mistake his figure. That person is definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master. That's the only explanation for why he could suppress all of our heaven-grade puppets. Yi Jinghan nodded from the side and added, "Yes, I saw that person too. That person subdued most of our heaven-grade puppets personally, which was why we weren't able to resist the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." Yang Kai's face turned ugly when he heard this and finally understood the reason why the Thousand Leaves sect was not able to resist even with the help of their heaven-grade puppets. It turned out a second-order Emperor Realm Master had intervened in this matter. But why? If that second-order Emperor Realm Master was from Star Soul Palace, he should only have been interested in finding Hua Qingxi, who was also a Star Soul Palace disciple. She did not betray her master sect, but instead just failed to complete the task assigned by her honored master. It was unreasonable to use the hands of others to wipe out the Thousand Leaves sect just for that. Yang Kai could not help smelling a waft of conspiracy. Looking up at Du Xian, Yang Kai pondered, "The mastermind mentioned by Brother Du before, is it?" Saying so, he pointed his finger at the sky. Du Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know. But the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had no reason to attack our Thousand Leaves sect. There had to have been someone else inciting them." He previously suspected Hua Qingxi and Star Soul Palace, but now when he thought about it carefully, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to deal with the Thousand Leaves sect, why would they go through so much trouble to do so? Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, a great emperor sect. It could crush Thousand Leaves sect up front and with little to no effort if it wanted to. For a moment there was silence. "Young Master Yang, since you came in from the outside, did you hear any news about my father?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai a little nervously. Yang Kai shook his head. "I only returned to the Southern Territory a short time ago and don't really know the whole situation. Did Sect Master Yi not perish?" Yi Jinghan's eyes grew wet again as she whimpered, "I don't know. My father sent us into the Emperor Heaven Valley that day and destroyed the space array outside. We don't know what happened afterwards." Du Xian recounted. "Honored Master wanted to send in Qi Yu and the other honored guests too, but they refused, insisting on remaining behind to help defend the sect with other disciples. Now, it's unknown if they're alive or dead." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Qi Yu and others were overlords back in Hung Luo Star Field. So although they were a little restricted after coming to the star boundary, they were well taken care of in the Thousand Leaves sect. So when the latter fell into danger with their personalities, they would not stand idly by. You don't need to worry about them. Since they acted of their own accord, they are responsible for their own fate. Yang Kai sighed loudly. It could only be confirmed now that AIO was still alive. But his worry for Qi Yu, Gue Zhu, and Gu Songyun's lives could not help deepening. Yang Kai next stood up and suggested, "In 1 month, Flowing Shadow Sword sect will hold an auction in Flowing Shadow City. The auction items are the heaven-grade puppets from your sect. Would you like to take a look?" "What?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. Yang Kai sneered, "This auction is the key. The truth will be revealed as long as we attend." Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were infuriated at the news that Flowing Shadow Sword sect wanted to publicly auction the heaven-grade puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They could not complain because their sect was destroyed due to their weak strength, but it was a disgrace that the precious treasures of their sect would be auctioned off like common goods. It was the same as digging up the bodies of the dead and whipping them just for the sake of embarrassing them. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian could not wait to fly to Flowing Shadow City to sabotage the auction and snatch back the heaven-grade puppets. But after a moment of anger, they became dejected again. Without strength, everything was just an empty dream. Even if they could go to Flowing Shadow City, it would be like trying to beat a dog with a meat bun. The reason they hid here was to improve their strength, until one day they become strong enough to get revenge. Seeing their concerns, Yang Kai responded, "No matter what your decision, I'll still be going to Flowing Shadow City." Du Xian was shocked and replied anxiously, "But Brother Yang, Flowing Shadow City is the base of Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Since they dare to hold an auction, they will be fully prepared. Wouldn't that be akin to stepping into a trap?" Yang Kai grinned. That depends on if their trap could hold me. Brother Yang Yu? Du Xian felt deep admiration for his courage, but his eyes soon lit up as he asked, "Has Brother Yang already reached the Emperor realm?" Yi Jinghan was stunned when she heard his question. They had not been paying attention to Yang Kai's cultivation because when they met Yang Kai back then, his realm was similar to theirs, but now, seeing the confidence on Yang Kai's face, they could not help releasing their divine sense to check. Their divine senses were like stones being thrown into the sea though, unable to create any waves. All they could sense was a vague emperor aura lingering about Yang Kai's figure. He was indeed already an emperor realm master. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were flabbergasted by the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation and growth. However, when they thought about it again, they recalled that there were many talents in the world who they could not catch up to, and who could climb the ranks of the martial Tao at superb speed. It was precisely because of these talents that the world became so interesting. Du Xian pressed on with a solemn face. But Brother Yang, even if you are an Emperor Realm Master, Flowing Shadow City is still a dangerous place. Like a dragon's nest or a tiger's den. He implied that Yang Kai should not go. Not to mention that Flowing Shadow Sword Sect had an Emperor Realm Sect Master. The man behind the extermination of Thousand Leaves Sect was already not someone that an ordinary Emperor Realm Master could easily deal with, and if this matter really involved Star Soul Palace, the Thousand Leaves Sect would be forced to choke down its grievances. Yang Kai waved his hand. It won't be fun if it's not a dragon's nest or a tiger's den. Both Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at Yang Kai dumbfounded, wondering how he could be so confident. However, when they recalled the destruction of their sect and the tragic death of their numerous junior brothers and sisters, it made their blood boil. Soon they nodded solemnly. Good, we will go too. Even if we have to fight to the death, we must get back our sect's heaven-grade puppets. Although they were fired up now, they both knew that it was impossible for them to achieve this with their current strength. Once their identities were exposed in Flowing Shadow City, they would be surrounded and annihilated. Since the feud between Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Thousand Leaves Sect had already been planted, it was natural that Flowing Shadow Sword Sect had to cut grass and pull out roots, leaving no chance for revival. Yang Kai smiled. That's the spirit. He wanted to bring Yi Jinghan and Du Xian with him not because he was expecting any contributions from them, as they were just two Dao Source Realm cultivators and could do nothing in this kind of war, but because they were people of the Thousand Leaves Sect after all. One was the daughter of the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master, while the other was the eldest disciple of the younger generation in the Thousand Leaves Sect. Taking them with him to Flowing Shadow City was like Yang Kai's ticket to participate in this fight. Otherwise, for an outsider like him to meddle in the affair of the Thousand Leaves Sect, to put it nicely, he would be a kind helper. But to put it unpleasantly, he was just a busybody. He also did not want to expose his relationship with AIO and the others for the time being. Now that they had made a decision, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian no longer hesitated. They summoned some of their faithful disciples and ordered them to carry on their cultivation in Emperor Heaven Valley. If Yi Jinghan and Du Xian failed to make it back, the revival of the Thousand Leaves Sect would fall on their shoulders. Naturally, those Thousand Leaves Sect disciples tried their best to persuade them to think twice. But since the two of them had made up their minds, they would not be convinced by a few words. Half a day later, Yang Kai left Emperor Heaven Valley with the young couple and returned to the nameless mountain valley in Thousand Leaves Sect through the space array. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both natives of the Southern Territory, so they were familiar with Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Flowing Shadow City. They had even been to Flowing Shadow City several times in the past, so with their guidance, the group of four traveled as fast as lightning towards their destination. In just 3 days, the group of 4 people arrived at Flowing Shadow City. Looking from a distance, Flowing Shadow City could be considered quite vast, with magnificent and towering buildings everywhere the eye could see. The city wall was more than several tens of meters tall, and there was a huge greatsword hovering in the air above the city gate. The greatsword seemed to be made of refined metal, and it was clearly thick and solid, hanging over the city gate, seemingly ready to fall at any time and split the earth in two. But it was a common sight for those cultivators who were entering and leaving the city. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian followed behind Yang Kai with uncomfortable expressions, landing outside the city gate. According to their plan, since they had to break into the enemy's nest, They would have to at least disguise their appearances to avoid catching people's attention and causing unnecessary problems, then take the opportunity to carry out their plans secretly. However, Yang Kai did not ask them to disguise themselves, but let them show their true faces. They were dreadfully nervous throughout the journey and were even more rigid and anxious than ever when they arrived outside Flowing Shadow City. Although they were prepared to die, they at least needed their deaths to serve a purpose. If they died for no reason, they might as well just stay in Emperor Heaven Valley, endure the hardship of isolation, and spend the next few hundred years cultivating. But Yang Kai seemed to have a card up his sleeve, which made it difficult for them to ask in detail. At the city gate, many cultivators were waiting in line to enter the city, just like every other prosperous city. Flowing Shadow City was always an affluent place, moreover, with the auction fair that was about to be held, drawing many here from throughout the Southern Territory who were interested in the heaven-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect or the Star Master with a complete star source. At this moment, the streets in Flowing Shadow City were full of Tao Source Realm cultivators, and there were even a number of emperors to be found. Masters were simply as common as clouds here. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, Li Qing was taking charge. As a first-order emperor who also majored in the Sword Tao, Li Qingyun was considered a powerful master in the Southern Territory. Given his status, he did not have to be here, but due to the upcoming auction, there were more and more Emperor Realm Masters in the Flowing Shadow City as many first-class sects sent delegations to attend the event. No one in the Flowing Shadow Sword sect could handle such a situation aside from the sect master himself. During this period, Li Qingyun had greeted numerous masters from places his Flowing Shadow Sword sect could not afford to offend, so since they visited his territory, as the owner of this place, he had to visit them to show courtesy. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect did not usually have this opportunity to make friends with so many masters. Nevertheless, Li Qingyun was already tired of dealing with this situation as it left him no time for anything else, even cultivation. Moreover, as the day of the auction drew nearer, his nerves also grew tighter. Although his cultivation was not very high, he was notably sensitive to crises thanks to cultivating a Tao highly related to killing. He kept feeling that something serious was going to happen at this auction, and if he was not careful, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect might be annihilated because of it. However, the auction had to be held, as it was the command of that Sir. Li Qingyun could not disobey at all. After a long sigh, the Emperor Artifact Jade Illusion sword lying in front of him hummed slightly, as if it sensed the fluctuation of its master's emotions. "Sect Master!" There was a voice outside the door. "What is it?" Li Qingyun opened his eyes, revealing a trace of fatigue on his face. If he had a choice, he would rather practice his swordsmanship in retreat in his sect. Mastering the Sword Tao was a long journey, perhaps one he would not be able to complete with his ability even if he spent his entire life on it. Therefore, he did not want to waste time on complicated matters. However, in the eyes of that Sir, he and the entire Flowing Shadow Sword sect were just pawns on the chessboard that could not act of their own will. "There is a report from the lower disciples that 2 survivors of Thousand Leaves sect have appeared," that voice replied. "It seems to be the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and the head disciple of their sect." "Where?" Li Qingyun narrowed his eyes. "At the city gates, about to enter the city." Li Qingyun squinted slightly, the unease in his heart growing stronger and stronger, as if an invisible maw was slowly closing around him. The intense alarm of a crisis froze his skin. It had been years since he last felt this way. The Jade Illusion sword was also trembling nonstop, only confirming that his sensation was not a false alarm. The person outside the door waited for a long time, but there was no response from the sect master, so he could only continue to wait. At the same time, the crowd in front of the city gate was alarmed and broke into chaos. A group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples surrounded Yang Kai and his group from both the sky and the ground, while other irrelevant people retreated and watched from a distance. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect had annihilated the Thousand Leaves sect, so although they were surprised by the sudden appearance of these people, since there was already an irresolvable grudge between them, naturally they didn't plan on letting any enemies escape. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had a high status in the Thousand Leaves sect and their portraits had been spread outside. Furthermore, Yang Kai had no intention of lining up outside the city and had led his group to barge through the gates like he owned this place, not putting anyone else present in his eyes at all. Therefore, Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were guarding the city gate instantly recognized Yi Jinghan and Du Xian just as they entered the city. How embarrassing was it that the enemy had come to openly provoke them? Without being ordered, the several dozen Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples automatically encircled this group and glared at them with hostility. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged a wry smile after seeing this. Not to mention that Yang Kai did not let them disguise themselves. They did not expect that Yang Kai would be so bold to take the initiative to taunt the enemy. What did Yang Kai want to do? Why was he so confident that he could come and go freely from Flowing Shadow City? But now there was no time to regret it. They recalled what these Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples had done to the Thousand Leaves sect a year ago, and their eyes gradually turned red while murderous intent gradually permeated the air. Even if they had to die, they had to pull a few of their enemies down together with them, so that they did not embarrass their identities as Thousand Leaves sect disciples. How dare you two break into our Flowing Shadow City? It seems that the people of the Thousand Leaves sect really don't know how to write the word death. The leader of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yelled as he stared at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. However, when he turned his gaze to Yang Kai and Inflate, he suddenly looked puzzled, wondering who these two people were and why they stood together with the people of the Thousand Leaves sect. Although Yang Kai and Inflate's presence was suspicious, the lead disciple did not pay much attention to them. The Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to their Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so it was not important if they managed to bring along some reinforcements. This was Flowing Shadow City, and no one could be impudent in the base of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. After looking at Yang Kai for a moment, the lead disciple snorted coldly, "Your Excellency? Who are you? If you are sensible enough, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake by sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and instead looked at Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. "Do you want to collect some interest first?" Yang Kai was not interested in laying his hand on this group, but it was a great opportunity for Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to vent their hatred. Hearing this, Du Xian looked solemn and shouted, "Good. Then I shall trouble Brother Yang to stand guard." Yang Kai nodded and stood to the side quietly. Impudence! The Flowing Shadow sect disciple was infuriated by Du Xian's arrogance and, as he waved his hand, ordered, "Take them down!" Zhengzheng. The sound of swords being drawn rang out as sword lights glowed. A dozen Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples acted together, covering for each other while charging forward while releasing sword chi and sword intent. "Senior brother!" Yi Jinghan shouted. Du Xian understood the meaning of her call and immediately turned around to stand back to back with her. The two then swung their hands simultaneously, sending out a series of ball-like objects towards the enemy. Following a burst of cracking sounds, these flying spheres magically transformed into lifelike monster beasts in the blink of an eye. With the fluctuation of world energy, four beast puppets instantly emerged before everyone. Python, a lizard, a wolf, and a bird. Each of them was like a living creature, and if not for the absence of vitality, all would assume they were real monster beasts. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Back then, when he went to the Thousand Leaves sect, many of Thousand Leaves sect's secret techniques had been lost. Thanks to his opening of Emperor Heaven Valley, though, these secret arts and secret books were finally retrieved. At that time, he did not see the true techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect. With the appearance of these four puppet beasts, Yang Kai realized that the Thousand Leaves sect had developed a lot in recent years. Each of the four puppet beasts had the power comparable to a peak Dao Source Real cultivator, and given their looks, they should be the Earth-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. Because of the retrieval of their lost inheritance, the Thousand Leaves sect disciples clearly became much better at refining puppets and applying puppet arts than in the past. He initially thought that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would not be able to handle being so outnumbered, but now it seemed like he had underestimated them. Chi 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 chi. The sword lights that slashed towards Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were sharp and swift. If they were hit, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would not have good ends. However, They did not show any signs of condensing their source chi to protect themselves and instead focused on controlling the 4 beast puppets. The python-like beast puppet with bright scales curled up suddenly, wrapping around Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and blocked all the incoming sword chi blades with its body, resulting in a series of dazzling sparks. Hong Long Long. At the same time, the lizard-like beast puppet abruptly flashed and the ground around it rapidly softened. Leaping into the air, it then dove directly into the ground, disappearing from sight. Followed by a howl, the body of the wolf puppet emitted a navy blue light as it pounced towards the 2 nearest flowing shadow sword sect disciples with its bared fangs, causing these 2 to be so frightened that they kept swinging their swords wildly in order to protect themselves. But just then, the exquisite and flexible bird puppet flew in a beautiful arc, like a bolt of thunder, penetrating directly through the chest of one of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples. The protection formed by that cultivator's source chi was akin to paper before this attack. Pooh! The flowing shadow sword sect disciple spurted a mouthful of blood as he felt like his chest cavity had been emptied. As he looked down, he saw that there was a bloody hole through which he could see his organs and viscera vaguely. Being outnumbered by more than a dozen people, one of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples had actually died first in the first clash. The faces of the onlookers in the distance went pale as they were all appalled by the strength of these beast puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. It was obvious that the flowing shadow sword sect disciple did not die because of some mistake he made, but because he was simply overpowered. Each of the 4 beast puppets was comparable to a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the level of strength of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples was uneven, so they couldn't resist the beast puppets even though they had the advantage in numbers. Retreat! The leader was also horrified by the situation and could not believe what just happened. The flowing shadow sword sect definitely seized a lot of treasures after destroying the Thousand Leaves sect, and there were puppets among the gains. Although many disciples in the flowing shadow sword sect possessed the puppets of Thousand Leaves sect now, those puppets were incomparable to the 4 beast puppets in front of them. Puppet arts required not only the strength of a puppet itself but also the corresponding secret arts and secret techniques to drive it. In other words, the power of the same puppet in their hands would be quite different from that of in the hands of a Thousand Leaves sect disciple. Even though the flowing shadow sword sect had obtained many puppets as war trophies and studied them for some time, they still could not fully utilize their true strength, which led them to assume that these puppets were just mediocre. But now they knew they were wrong. All the disciples were already frightened at the scene, so when they received the order, they naturally performed their swordsmanship together to guard themselves as they retreated quickly. However, at this moment, the python puppet that was protecting Yi Jinghan and Du Xian suddenly whipped its tail, resulting in a resounding massacre. The tail was as thick as a wash basin and made of some unidentifiable material, but the power of its whip could seemingly collapse a mountain. Several flowing shadow sword sect disciples failed to dodge the tail whip and had their abdomens cut open. Blood and bits of organs spurted from their mouths as their vitalities were wiped out. As for those who had narrowly escaped, they couldn't even catch their breath before a big hole suddenly opened under their feet. The lizard puppet, which had disappeared before, broke through the ground, opened its giant mouth, and bit a flowing shadow sect disciple before dragging him into the earth. The shrill scream came from underground, which frightened everyone from the tips of their hair to the marrow of their bones. Other disciples immediately flew into the air one after another. Who would dare to stay on the ground anymore after this lesson? However, it was not easy for them in the air either. The wolf puppet was running at them from one direction, while the bird puppet descended upon them like lightning, each strike from the pair resulting in a spatter of blood and someone dying. Sword formation. The lead disciple of the flowing shadow sword sect roared with a pale face. He initially thought that the trivial 2000 Leaves sect disciples would easily be handled by them and did not really put them into his eyes. Only after the battle began did he realize who the wolf and who the sheep really were. In just a short moment, there were already 7 dead on their side, and if things continued, the rest of them would meet a similar end. At the command, the remaining flowing shadow sword sect disciples rapidly came together to set up a sword formation to resist the terrifying beast puppets. With the protection of the python puppet, Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were still unscathed after killing 7 people. They were feeling a rush of emotions at this moment as the grievances and anger they had stomached for more than a year could finally be released. As they continued controlling their beast puppets, this sense of euphoric release only grew stronger. Du Xian laughed out loud. Flowing Shadow Sword Sect is nothing much. Although his tone was arrogant, he was not distracted and continued to control the beast puppets to fight fiercely with the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect disciples so that they could not catch a breath. Those whose sect was exterminated have no right to be impudent, a Flowing Shadow Sword Sect disciple bellowed. If he still did not try to gain back some face after 7 of his fellow disciples died in front of their city gate and were openly mocked by Du Xian, the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect would probably not be able to keep a foothold in the Southern Territory in the future anymore. Despite being terrified by the initial slaughter, the remaining disciples gradually stood firm, their hearts filling with hatred as they could not wait to rip Du Xian and Yi Jinghan into 10,000 pieces to wash off this shame. Exterminated. Du Xian looked fierce as he gritted his teeth. How could your puny Flowing Shadow Sword Sect have dared to challenge our Thousand Leaves sect if it weren't for you receiving outside help? Today, I, Du Xian, came here to avenge our Thousand Leaves sect disciples who died at your hands. Try it if you can. Kill! Kill! All of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples shouted together and their sword intent surged. Using their sword formation, their auras blended together and a giant sword light slashed down from above, threatening to shatter space. Senior brother. Yi Jinghan's face turned solemn as she performed a hand seal, causing the python puppet to shrink around them and wrap her and Du Xian up tightly. The sword light slashed on the python puppet, sending sparks everywhere. The python shook, but Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were not hurt. If all you can do is cower behind your defenses, why did you come to our Flowing Shadow City just to embarrass yourselves? A Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple sneered and shouted as he swung his hand. Again! Chi 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 chi. Many earth-shaking sword lights continued to slash down, hitting the python puppet, immobilizing it. The sturdy puppet could not withstand such concentrated attacks and countless cracks soon emerged on its body. The onlookers were commenting about the situation with each other. They all felt that these 2 youths from the Thousand Leaves sect had overestimated themselves. Since they had successfully escaped a disaster once, why did they have to come and walk right into the trap? By the looks of it, they probably would not end well today. If they had been smart, they should have found a place to hide and strengthen themselves first before trying to make a comeback and pay off old debts in the future. Ha 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 ha. The lead Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple burst into laughter as soon as he saw that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian could not fight back as he taunted. Let's see how long you can hold on. Hong. The earth suddenly split as the lizard puppet, which had vanished the whole time, abruptly emerged and rushed towards the sword formation, shaking its head and waving its tail. On the head of the lizard puppet, a man stood with his head held high. It was none other than Du Xian. Since when? All the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they had no clue what Du Xian was doing by rushing at them while seemingly putting his life at risk, they knew that he was obviously up to no good. They instantly surged their powers and unleashed their attacks towards Du Xian. Instead of dodging, however, Du Xian sneered. The puppet arts of the Thousand Leaves sect is really amazing. Praise came out from the crowd, as if someone had figured out what was happening. It was not just one person who saw through the situation. At that moment, many pairs of eyes hidden in the dark stared at Du Xian, who was standing on the head of the lizard puppet with looks of disbelief on their faces. Sword chi flashed as the power of the sword formation burst forth. The dazzling light seemed to be able to penetrate through space itself and completely covered a large area around the city gate. Du Xian, who bore the brunt of the attack, could not dodge as an immense and tumultuous wave of energy enveloped him. In an instant, Du Xian was torn apart. Ha ha ha! Overconfident. The lead disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect thought Du Xian had a trump card when he suddenly attacked so aggressively, but it turned out that it was just the howls of a toothless old wolf. With just a round of attacks from the sword formation, the enemy was ripped into pieces, drawing laughter from this man. Just when he started cackling, though, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed as his eyes widened when he saw the torn-apart Du Xian, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. A puppet! This bold, unhesitant, dauntless Du Xian who rushed towards them like he was ready to die, was actually not a living person but a puppet. The puppet was so delicately crafted it was almost an exact replica of a real person, and in the midst of a fast-paced fight, it had been impossible to tell it apart from the original. Explode! A low voice that sounded like a call from the underworld resounded in everyone's ears. The smashed Du Xian puppet suddenly radiated extremely bright scorching rays. The extremely dangerous aura spread like a tsunami. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple's complexion changed drastically as he roared, "Run!" As he spoke, he twisted the sharp sword in his hand, condensing a layer of solid sword intent to protect his body. He then stomped his foot and retreated backwards. Honk! There was an explosion and a scorching white ball blew up outside the city gates, covering a full 1,000-meter radius, sending out a violent gust of wind that swept across the city. There was a muffled snort, but it abruptly stopped. All life auras inside the radius of the blast were extinguished one after another, symbolizing the fall of the cultivators, causing the nearby onlookers to look on in fright. After some time, the dust settled. At the gates of Flowing Shadow City, a large pit several tens of meters deep and 1,000 meters wide appeared. Surrounding the pit was a chaotic mess. A large section of the city wall was collapsed, while on the ground, there were scorched dead bodies and broken pieces of limbs. The python puppet that had been coiled tightly around Du Xian and Yi Jinghan to protect them raised its head slightly, its scarlet tongue flicking threateningly, while on its curled-up abdomen stood Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, unscathed. On the messy ground, a figure struggled to get up. It was the lead disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. He was the strongest among the many disciples, and he was the fastest to sense the approaching danger. So although he suffered some injuries from the self-destruction of the puppet, he managed to save his life in the end. Just as he was standing up, though, the light in front of him dimmed, as if covered by something in front of him. Looking up, it was Du Xian. When their eyes met, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple glared at Du Xian and angrily snarled, "You cheated!" As he swung his sword at Du Xian, unbearable pain filled his body and his face became pale from the turbid flow of his source qi. The self-destruction of Du Xian's puppet was extremely powerful, almost equal to the self-destruction of a peak Dao source realm cultivator. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were standing close by were annihilated by this explosion, while their leader barely managed to preserve his life while suffering severe injuries. Du Xian's eyes flashed red as he gritted his teeth. Compared to what the Flowing Shadow Sword sect did to my Thousand Leaves sect, this is nothing. We're just collecting a little interest before getting our revenge. Du Xian couldn't reconcile with the ones who exterminated his sect. No matter whether the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was instigated by someone else or not, they were all murderers, so Du Xian would never show mercy. Finished with what he had to say, Du Xian lifted his palm to strike the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple's head, in an attempt to finish him off quickly. "Impudent Junior! This is Flowing Shadow City. How dare you commit murder here?" An angry roar sounded as the figure of an old man suddenly appeared in the sky and grabbed towards Du Xian. A burst of emperor pressure permeated his surroundings, causing Du Xian to freeze in place, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. An emperor! Du Xian's face changed, knowing that the commotion they caused just now had forced a real master to appear. But this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect. So his intentions for showing up and his connection with the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was unclear. How can you be so bloodthirsty at such a young age? What will happen when you grow up? This old master will teach you a lesson to cleanse your murderous evil. The old man seemed to be making a point of explaining his actions as his big hand grabbed towards Du Xian's head. From the surroundings, several other figures flickered and rushed towards Yi Jinghan, who was standing nearby. The Thousand Leaves sect was just a small, insignificant sect that no one paid attention to before. It was only because of the uproar caused by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect that anyone even knew its name. The Tao of puppetry was considered an auxiliary profession, so even if it was useful, it did not attract much attention. But today, After seeing the puppet arts used by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan, these hidden Emperor Realm Masters dared not underestimate them anymore. 2,000 Leaves sect remnants, relying only on a few puppets, had actually slaughtered a dozen Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples inside Flowing Shadow City. If they could obtain such a precious ability, it would definitely enhance the power of their own sect. So in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian became a delicious meal many people were determined to snatch in order to unearth the secrets in refining puppets. Who does this old thing think he is to act so brazenly? There was a cold snort, and a sharp burst of Emperor Qi suddenly shot towards the old man, carrying momentum like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. The old man's heart clenched as he instinctively sensed danger and had no choice but to release Du Xian. He quickly pushed 70 to 80% of his strength to meet this incoming attack. Hong! With a muffled sound, the old man staggered and fell back a few steps, his face going pale as his vitality tumbled, somehow managing to not cough up blood. He was secretly shocked as he stared in the direction of the source of the attack and shouted in a low voice, "Who is your excellency?" Yang Kai sneered and did not answer, instead just sending out a volley of palms towards the space around Yi Jinghan. As these strikes struck, the several sneaky figures creeping towards Yi Jinghan immediately revealed themselves, ugly looks on their faces. Without the suppression from the old man, the source chi in Du Xian boiled again as he palmed the barely living Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple into a pulp, a sense of release filling him as he roared to the sky. Yang Kai swept his gaze across each of the Emperor Realm Masters who acted just now and asked, "Which one of you is the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's sect master?" There was silence and no one answered. Yi Jinghan walked over and whispered, "That person is not here." When the Flowing Shadow Sword sect invaded Thousand Leaves sect that day, Yi Jinghan had also seen Li Qingyun from afar, so she would recognize him if he had come. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Is he a coward? He was also a little curious now. Even after so many disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had been slaughtered, why had the sect master not shown up yet? The situation was a little different from what he imagined, and he could not help feeling a little irritable. "Boy, who are you?" the old man demanded again. He suffered some injuries from Yang Kai's attack and lost his temper when Yang Kai ignored him. Yang Kai was already disgruntled and shot him a cold glare. "You should have stayed in your bed, old man, lest you injured yourself from running around like this." Impudence! The old man was enraged. After all, he was a sect master and it was simply unbearable for him to be humiliated by an unknown young man. If not for Yang Kai's strength, he would have taught him a lesson to respect his elders already, letting him know the older ginger was spicier. "Whose disciple are you? How can you be so arrogant? Didn't your master teach you how to show proper respect?" A middle-aged strong man frowned, apparently disapproving of Yang Kai's defiant attitude. Yang Kai grinned and taunted. "Do you want to teach me how to show proper respect?" The middle-aged strong man grunted. "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. You must know that there are always mountains beyond mountains." Yang Kai brandished the myriad sword at him and snorted. "Come and fight if you are unhappy. Let this young master see how high your mountain is." The middle-aged strong man gritted his teeth. "Madman!" The other Emperor Realm Masters also shook their heads, thinking that this young man was just like a mad dog that would pounce on anyone who he didn't find pleasing to the eye. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai's intentions here were to raise as much trouble as possible. Yang Kai was even worried that he would not be able to stir up a big enough commotion. But now that someone had been baited, he had no plans to stop. However, the sect master he wanted to see had still not appeared, which made Yang Kai feel rather dispirited. He snickered deeply as he put away the myriad's sword and declared, "It seems like you're all talk and no action. If that's the case, scram out of my sight. Don't waste this young master's time." Yang Kai then signaled Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his eyes locked on the direction of the city lord's mansion, shouting in a loud voice, "Since Sect Master Li refuses to come out to meet me, this young master will have to visit him instead." Saying so, he straightened his back and led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian towards the city lord's mansion. Many Emperor Realm Masters glanced at each other, all of them aware of Yang Kai's intentions, but only feeling more puzzled as a result. They were wondering how these 2,000 Leaves sect survivors found such a powerful Emperor Realm Master to back them, and why they were now trying to enter the dragon's nest alone. It seemed that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was in big trouble this time, and they wondered if the auction could still be held on schedule. After seeing the puppet arts used by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan, these Emperor Realm Masters were extremely interested in the heaven-grade puppets that were going to be sold and now felt that it would be worthwhile to buy one or two. It was not easy for one to break through to the Emperor Realm, so if one could purchase a ready-made Emperor Realm puppet for some source crystals, it would be worth it. For a while, the minds of these masters were occupied by thoughts of their personal gains and losses and worries about the auction being derailed by Yang Kai. But then again, it was none of their business, and they had no intention of intervening. The most they would do was watch from the side idly. In front of the city lord's mansion, a group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples stood trembling. Blood had long drained from their faces as they knew that they would soon be facing a terrible enemy. A dozen or so of their fellow brothers had died in the battle in front of the city gates, and when they thought that their sect master would come out to teach these 2,000 Leaves sect survivors a lesson, all they received instead was silence. These disciples watched the group led by Yang Kai heading towards them step by step in fear, cold sweat oozing from their palms. The breeze that brushed past them seemed to contain a thick murderous intent that sent chills down their spines. Formation! With a fierce shout, nearly 300 Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples moved to form a sword formation, their auras connecting with one another and their sword intent condensing into a single entity. It seemed that what stood in front of the city lord's mansion was not the 300 cultivators, but one heaven-defying sword. The chilling sword intent could be felt prominently by all the cultivators in the entire Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai looked contemptuously at the sword formation in front of him and sneered, "Sect Master Li, is this the way your noble sect entertains guests?" If Li Qingyun answered yes, Yang Kai would not mind killing all the 300 cultivators. Even if the sword formation was impressive, it could not stop him. "Let them pass." A calm voice came out from inside the city lord's mansion. Given that Yang Kai already pushed his way to his front door, Li Qingyun had no way to avoid him anymore. But it was beyond everyone's expectation that Li Qingyun did not intend to make things difficult for Yang Kai and instead told his disciples to make way. Sect Master, the Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was serving as the core of the sword formation, looked back at the city lord's mansion with a face full of disbelief. This sword formation was formed with the combined forces of 300 disciples, so even an Emperor Realm Master would have a difficult time before it. How could they simply tolerate Yang Kai and his group after they had killed so many of their people at the city gate? "I said let them pass," Li Qingyun commanded again, but with a more dignified voice this time. The expression of the elder who presided over the sword formation changed several times, but after a moment of hesitation, he still shouted through gritted teeth, "Let them through! Walala!" The crowd immediately split into two, and the startling sword intent instantly weakened a lot. With the crowd scattered, the formation naturally disintegrated. Wise choice. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, feeling that this Li Qingyun was a bit interesting. Under the hostile gazes of everyone, Yang Kai led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian into the mansion. Yang Kai was calm, but Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were the complete opposite. They secretly gulped as they circulated their source chi rapidly, ready to react in case this group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect cultivators reneged on their promise and suddenly backstabbed them. But when they entered the city lord's mansion safely, they exchanged confused looks and could not help letting out a sigh of relief. A man was sitting cross-legged in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. His figure was tall and straight like a sword, carrying the demeanor of a true master. In front of him was a sword about a meter in length, placed horizontally. For some reason, this sword kept making a clanking noise. Furthermore, the closer Yang Kai approached, the fiercer this sword trembled, as if it was trying to scream out in warning. Yang Kai could not help taking a few looks at this sword. Li Qingyun's eyes remained closed for a time before he suddenly reached out his hand to caress the sword, immediately calming it down. Then he explained, The Jade Illusion Sword is the supreme artifact of my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Only the sect master may wield it. It has the ability to sense danger, and the stronger the enemy is, the louder its warning will be. This Li has avoided many dangers thanks to it in the past. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I cannot avoid danger this time. Sect Master Li. Yang Kai greeted him with his fists cupped and nodded lightly. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who stood behind Yang Kai, glared at this man with flaming gazes, as if they could not wait to rip him to pieces. May I ask your excellency's identity? Li Qingyun opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. I'm no one important. Sect Master Li wouldn't know me even if I told you. Yang Kai answered indifferently. Li Qingyun replied, Fame is something you can earn. Your Excellency, after today, your name will certainly be widespread. Yang Kai snickered. All fame in the world turns to dust eventually. Life itself is but a fleeting dream, and only the martial Tao is eternal. Li Qingyun peered at Yang Kai as he felt that every word he said was like a gem, pounding on his heart like a heavy hammer. It seemed that he had reached an epiphany from Yang Kai's words. But after a few careful thoughts, he comprehended nothing, and could not help frowning. With a faint sigh, he remarked, Sure enough, the talents of the new generation will supplant those of the old generation. He looked dejected and seemed to be demotivated badly by something. After a pause, he continued, Your Excellency, are you here to seek justice for the Thousand Leaves sect? So let us end this now. This Li doesn't believe he can triumph over you. But he will not just sit waiting for death either. Yang Kai turned to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian and asked, Do you want me to kill him? Just nod and I'll take his life. Du Xian and Yi Jinghan gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot to the extreme as chilling murderous intent pulsed from their figures. It was this man who broke into the Thousand Leaves sect a year ago with a large number of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples and caused a massacre. Countless Thousand Leaves sect disciples died at his hands, and over the past year, there was not a single moment they stopped thinking about killing him to avenge their dead brothers and sisters. However, now that the enemy was sitting in front of them, even though they believed that Yang Kai could honor his word about taking Li Qingyun's life for them, they simply could not nod their heads. As if their minds were connected, Yi Jinghan closed her eyes and whispered, Senior brother. Du Xian also took a deep breath and stated, The revenge of exterminating our sect should be obtained by ourselves. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at them. Then you two will have to cultivate harder, for your enemy is an established Emperor Realm Master. Du Xian gritted his teeth. We are younger than him. Youth was the biggest asset anyone could have. Li Qingyun nodded lightly, looking at the two with his eyes full of complicated feelings. This king will be waiting for you. Du Xian pointed at him. Don't worry. One day your Flowing Shadow sect will be destroyed by me, Du Xian. When that day comes, I will personally remove your head. After saying this, Du Xian seemed to finally put down the stone in his heart, though he still had some mixed feelings. Sect Master Yi is not dead, Li Qingyun disclosed slowly. What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were shocked at his words. The former shook excitedly. Are you telling the truth? Li Qingyun nodded. Sect Master Yi is now in our Flowing Shadow Sword sect. If you want to see him, you can pick him up at any time. Yi Jinghan was stunned but soon burst into tears. Du Xian took her into his arms and comforted her before turning to Li Qingyun with a cold face and asking, Why are you doing this? Li Qingyun frowned. Our sect has no grievance with your sect. It was not our will to exterminate the Thousand Leaves sect, and now that the one who ordered this has obtained what he wants, he no longer cares whether Sect Master Yi lives or dies. What do you mean? Du Xian looked at him, puzzled. With a single thought, Yang Kai questioned, So, there is really someone behind you. Is it Star Soul Palace? Li Qingyun's face changed, and he shut his mouth, obviously unwilling to disclose any further information. Yang Kai noticed his expression and knew that he was afraid. He immediately changed the topic. You just mentioned that someone has gotten what he wanted. What did that person want? Li Qingyun shook his head and did not answer. Yang Kai snorted. Does Sect Master Li really think that this young master is so benevolent? A trivial flowing shadow sword sect can be exterminated by this young master with a wave of his hand. Li Qingyun answered solemnly. The flowing shadow sword sect and this king are nothing but trivial pawns. Your Excellency, why must you make things difficult for me? If I don't satisfy you, you will destroy the flowing shadow sword sect. But if I do, others will destroy the flowing shadow sword sect. I will die no matter what. Yang Kai sneered continuously. It seems that the mastermind behind Sect Master Li is really not simple. Just look how scared you are. Li Qingyun shook his head. Your Excellency, you don't have to probe anymore. Yang Kai snorted. All right, since Sect Master Li is so straightforward, I will stop being hard on you and just ask something that you can answer. Where is the Star Master that you captured from the Thousand Leaves sect? Li Qingyun freely revealed. Your Excellency, why do you still ask since you have already guessed? My flowing shadow sword sect is just a pawn being pushed to the front line. The people and the treasures we obtained are not in our hands now. Yang Kai's face darkened. He had made some assumptions before, but he still could not help feeling a bit disappointed listening to Li Qingyun's answer. If AIO was imprisoned in this flowing shadow city or in flowing shadow sword sect, Yang Kai could immediately rescue him. But the problem was that AIO was not here, and Li Qingyun probably did not know where he was locked up. Someone else was just using the flowing shadow sword sect to carry out the so-called auction. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, other than the Star Master, who else did you abduct that day? Li Qingyun thought for a while before answering. There were a few cultivators from a lower star field, but they are not as important as that Star Master. Are they dead or alive now? Yang Kai queried while trying his best to suppress his emotion. Li Qingyun shook his head. I don't know. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and pressed on after a few thoughts. Last question. Who is the mastermind behind all of this? Li Qingyun shook his head again. I don't know. Inside a certain attic in Flowing Shadow City, a pale old man was sitting cross-legged. The old man looked so old that he could die at any time, but his vitality was extremely vigorous and the aura that he unintentionally released actually reached the terrifying Third-Order Emperor realm. Beside the old man, a beautiful woman in an elegant dress knelt on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and she looked listless with a pale face, as if she had suffered some torture. From time to time, a dreadfully painful expression would flash across the face of the beautiful woman. Dang dang dang. Footsteps were heard, followed by a knock outside the door. Enter, the old man shouted. When the door was pushed open, a middle-aged man came in. He swept his eyes across the beautiful woman kneeling next to him, then quickly looked away, greeting the old man with cupped fists. Honored master. The old man opened his eyes and looked at him, asking, what is the situation? The middle-aged man replied, the fish took the bait. As soon as he said this, the tender body of the beautiful woman who had been kneeling on the ground trembled. On the other hand, the old man's eyes lit up as he grinned. Good, good, very good. This old master's year of preparations has not gone to waste. The time has finally come. The middle-aged man questioned. Honored master, that little brat is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Since he is already here, why not allow this disciple to directly take him down? I don't think he can make any waves. The old man smiled lightly as he shook his head. Don't underestimate that boy. He is proficient in the Tao of space, so although he is just a first-order emperor, if we are not fully prepared, even this old master himself is not confident he could take him down. The middle-aged man did not seem to care about these words, because he thought that his honored master had simply overestimated this boy. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master while the opponent was just a first-order Emperor. It should be easy for him to take a little brat down. Why did his honored master have to waste so much effort to do this? The old man knew what his disciple was thinking and simply glanced at the beautiful woman kneeling next to him, asking, Your junior sister Xianxia has been with him for a long time, so she is quite familiar with that boy's strength. If you don't believe this old master, ask her instead. The middle-aged man turned his head when he heard this and looked at the beautiful woman kneeling at the side, inquiring, Junior sister Hua, tell me, if I went into battle myself, Can I kill that brat? This beautiful woman was surprisingly Hua Qingxi, who separated from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. She was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator when they parted, but she had gained her own opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and had broken through to the Emperor Realm. However, at this moment, she did not have the noble appearance an Emperor Realm Master should have, and instead she looked like a captured prisoner. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and turned her head aside. Junior Sister Hua, you're being difficult again. A sneer surfaced on the middle-aged man's lips as he suddenly formed a seal with his hand. In the next moment, an ear-splitting scream tore from Hua Qingxi's throat. She seemed to be suffering the most unbearable torture in the world, and her pretty face was instantly distorted from the pain. Droplets of sweat rolled down her forehead, soaking her clothes in an instant. Honored Master! She forcefully bore the pain as she knelt down and cried at the feet of the old man. The old man was motionless and did not even look at her, as if he had not heard nor seen anything. The middle-aged man sneered again. How dare the disciple of our honored master try to protect an outsider? If it weren't for honored master's great compassion, you would already be dead. Your life was spared to make up for your mistakes, yet you insist on being stubborn. As your senior brother, I really can't stand it and must punish you. Honored master. Hua Qingxi's voice trembled, her face extremely pale as she gritted her teeth and pleaded. I'll tell him that you want that thing back. Please, honored master, stop and show him mercy. He is not an unreasonable person, and this disciple is friends with him. I should be able to convince him, honored master. Please give this disciple a chance. Impudence. When the middle-aged man saw that she did not ask for mercy for herself but instead for others even under torture, he was furious and formed a new hand seal, causing Hua Qingxi to shriek and curl up in pain. The old man sighed slightly, a look of helplessness appearing on his face as he spoke. Girls really do grow up only to side with outsiders. With a wave of the old man's hand, the middle-aged man ceased his actions. The old man stretched out his hand and lifted Hua Qingxi up, stating, This old master knows that it is thanks to him that you were able to break through to the Emperor Realm, but you must not forget who taught you and who supported you all this time. Yes, honored master. Disciple will never forget honored master's nurturing grace. Hua Qingxi panted as she opened her eyes weakly. The old man nodded. It's good that you understand. If it was something else, this old master would have allowed you the freedom to try. After all, you are now an Emperor Realm Master, and as disciple of this old master is proud too, but this matter is too important. The fewer people who know, the better. This old master sent you to inquire about information because he valued you, but you disappointed this old master. Hua Qingxi's eyes flashed with guilt. Although it was out of her control at that time when she had her soul brand taken by Yang Kai and was thrown into the sealed world bead, she really had failed the mission her honored master had given her. Later, even though Yang Kai returned her freedom, she did not plan on reporting what happened due to the latter's kindness towards her. She simply could not repay his grace with enmity, so she planned to just conceal her identity and never go back to Star Soul Palace as if the old Hua Qingxi had died. However, she did not expect her honored master to send her senior brother Wu Ming to trace her whereabouts to the Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did he capture her, he even caused the extermination of the Thousand Leaves sect. After that, some kind of secret technique was used on her and she did not remember what she had revealed to her honored master, but she knew that the extermination of Thousand Leaves sect was caused by her presence there, and it was also a means for her honored master to lure out Yang Kai. Because there were a few people that Yang Kai valued greatly in the Thousand Leaves sect. As long as they were captured, Yang Kai would definitely show up. Facts have proved that there was no mistake in this move, and now Yang Kai had indeed appeared in Flowing Shadow City, stepping into a trap. How could this old master tolerate a little boy stealing his treasure? Qingxi, don't think about it anymore. After this matter is over, return to Star Soul Palace with this old master and enter secluded retreat to reflect on your mistakes. He waved his hand. Although his tone was flat, there was a faint trace of excitement flashing in those eyes. A year ago, when Wu Ming brought Hua Qingxi back to Star Soul Palace, He used a secret technique to compel Xianxia to reveal a lot of secrets. Not only did he find out who owned the treasure he had lost, but he also learned that the person actually had a storage artifact that actually held an independent world. It was still all right if that was all it was. Although such a storage artifact was precious and rare, it was just a storage artifact in the end, and it would be impossible to use it at will if one did not cultivate the Tao of space. The key was that within the storage artifact were many rare and precious objects. What truly attracted him were the two sacred trees, one filled with vitality, and the other that was gold and silver in color. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, this old man had a powerful cultivation at the Third Order Emperor realm and had lived a very long time, allowing him to see and learn about many things. By carefully studying the characteristics of the two sacred trees, he was almost certain that one of them was the legendary Immortal tree. The Immortal tree was rumored to allow one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body if refined, which was a great temptation to any cultivator. He was getting old and thought that he would have no hope of breaking through again in his life, but he did not expect such an opportunity to fall into his lap so suddenly. If he could obtain the Immortal tree and refine it, he would very likely become a great emperor, and would be able to stand on equal footing with Bright Moon Great Emperor. As for the gold and silver sacred tree, he had a rough idea but did not dare to be too sure. In any case, these two sacred trees were supreme treasures, and anyone who obtained either one would be set for life. It was unimaginable that they were both in the hands of one person. As long as that boy was killed, those treasures would be his. There would not be anywhere he could not go after he refined the Immortal tree. The old man did not disclose such a confidential matter to anyone, even Wu Ming, whom he relied on the most. Wu Ming only thought that his honored master was planning to retrieve some treasure that he lost many years ago, and had no idea about his honored master's other plans. At the same time, he had secretly made up his mind to finish off Xianxia after everything was done, so there would be no chance of any of these secrets leaking. Xianxia's expression dimmed, knowing that it was useless to continue persuading now. Wu Ming stood to the side and glanced at Xianxia with a cold sneer, teasing, "Junior sister Hua, don't tell me you've fallen for that little brat?" Xianxia raised her head to glare at him, gritting her teeth. "Don't talk nonsense. Bitch, you dare to talk back?" Wu Ming's face twitched as he lifted his hand to form a seal again. Xianxia was planted with a heart-strangling insect in her body, and her life was his to control. So how could he allow Xianxia to be so impudent in front of him? Enough! The old man raised his hand slightly to stop Wu Ming. "Go to the auction venue and prepare everything. There must be no mistakes." Even an old monster like him did not dare to be careless when dealing with a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space. Even Yin Lishang had to set up a large array to isolate the world to fight with Yang Kai, so how could this old man be negligent? A small accident was enough to allow Yang Kai to escape, and although he had held the people Yang Kai cherished hostage, he could not guarantee that Yang Kai would give in obediently. Wu Ming clenched his hand bitterly as he glared at Xianxia coldly, thinking, "I'll let you rest for a while. When this matter is over, I will treat you well with love after requesting honored master to give you to me." After Wu Ming left, the old man comforted Xianxia. "Your senior brother has always been short-tempered. Don't blame him." Xianxia did not dare to blame him aloud, but her heart was filled with bitterness. Her current situation was nothing like what a master and disciple should have, nor did it show any of the camaraderie a senior brother and junior sister should have. Her honored master guarded her like she was a thief, and her senior brother looked at her with hatred. What was she to do? Where could she go? Even though she had reached the Emperor realm, she had lost her direction in life. "Oh, boy, what's your name?" Outside the city lord's mansion, someone halted Yang Kai and his party as soon as they walked out. It was a young woman who stopped them. Her appearance made her look about 17 or 18 years old, with a petite stature. She was wearing a clean light blue dress, and although she was not tall, she had a pair of grand peaks that threatened to rip the fabric restraining them. The elegant line of her slim waist and her plump, perky bottom only further emphasized her ample figure. The young woman had a beautiful face, but she also had a vigorous and heroic air about her. Standing in front of Yang Kai, She looked up at him with the demeanor of a senior. Yang Kai was taken aback, looking left and right before pointing at his nose and asking, "Are you talking to me?" He was sure he did not know this woman, and he did not notice her when he entered the city just now, so he had no idea what her intentions were in blocking his path. The young woman's brow furrowed as she snarled, "Who else could I be talking to? Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked at her with a puzzled expression. The young woman apparently didn't have much patience as she snapped, "Just answer my question. What's with all that nonsense?" Yang Kai raised his brow and replied, "Wouldn't it be shameful for me if I just answered anything you asked?" This young woman was rather baffling for blocking others for no reason and acting all pretentiously. As such, Yang Kai was unable to produce any favorable impression of her. Inflate grinned and snickered. "Young Master Yang is handsome and exceptionally talented, truly a dragon among men. I'm afraid someone has fallen in love with you at first sight." Chi. Before Inflate could finish speaking, a delicate pink fist suddenly impacted his cheek. If Inflate did not possess exceptional speed, allowing him to barely dodge in time, he would have taken this punch right to his face. Both Yang Kai's and Inflate's faces changed drastically after witnessing this punch. The power behind this blow was terrifying, even distorting space in its wake. On the other hand, this woman clearly had not used much of her strength just now as she looked perfectly relaxed. Inflate's face darkened as a little horror lingered in his heart. Although he was a monster king and had great strength, he knew that if he had received that punch directly, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. It was quite hard to imagine that a young woman who looked so dainty had such monstrous strength. Nothing but a trivial monster king. "If you dare to mention that word again, I will immediately take your life," the girl warned Inflate, slowly retracting her fist. Inflate was really horrified now as his pair of eagle-like eyes flashed with terrifying light, peering at this young woman as if trying to look into the depths of her soul. He had been hiding his aura the whole time he stood next to Yang Kai without revealing the slightest flaw at all. Even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master may not be able to sense his strength and identity. But this young woman only needed a glance to know he was a monster king. Such sharp vision was nothing short of extraordinary. After pausing for a moment, Inflate asked, "Which word?" He was puzzled at the young woman's words and had no clue what he had said that triggered her. However, Inflate was not frightened, for he was also one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient lands. Even if the young woman before him had impressive strength, was he someone who was easy to deal with? If they really had to fight, Inflate was not afraid of her. At the same time, he scanned the young woman with his divine sense to see what her real cultivation was. Yang Kai was doing the same, but to their great surprise, their divine senses were unable to glean anything from the young woman despite the fact that she stood right in front of them. Not to mention her cultivation, they could not even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this. First, the young woman's cultivation was much higher than Inflate and Yang Kai's, or second, she had a treasure that hindered others from detecting her. The first possibility was unlikely. Given that Inflate was already a monster king, only a divine spirit or great emperor could be stronger than him. However, this young woman was too young for her cultivation to have reached such a level. As such, they concluded she had some kind of artifact which shielded her from their perception. The background of this young woman is not simple. Yang Kai thought to himself, wondering where she came from. "You will know when you speak it again." The young woman sneered, not answering Inflate's question directly, as if she did not put him in her eyes. Then, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to insist on inquiring about Yang Kai's name. But before Yang Kai could answer, she suddenly waved her hand. "Forget it. Forget it. Don't need to answer. Are you playing with me?" A few veins on Yang Kai's forehead began to bulge as he thought to himself that this young woman must have some mental problem. For no reason, she blocked their way and kept blabbering like an idiot, which successfully angered Yang Kai. The young woman snorted coldly. "What worth is there for this queen to play with the likes of you?" Yang Kai's face darkened. Then who might this illustrious queen before me be? He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like her. She could no longer be described as a person who did not put others in her eyes, but rather someone so arrogant that she ignored the very existence of others. "The one who wants your life," the young woman replied coldly. Xianxia was stunned. "You want to kill me? Isn't this just the first time we met? What kind of grievance do you have against me?" The young woman frowned seriously and nodded. "It's true that we only meet for the first time, but you have something that doesn't belong to you, something you should not have dared to refine. But since you have, you must die." "What?" Xianxia was bewildered. "You'll know after I break all your bones." After announcing this, the young woman instantly punched towards Xianxia, her fist seemingly small and delicate, as white as jade with just a hint of pink. This fist moved lightly, as if it was a playful tap that might be used between flirting lovers. However, as the one facing this punch, Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he felt the power behind it. Space cracked beneath the weight of this blow, and a raging vortex of power spiraled towards Xianxia, pulling him in as it tried to rip him to pieces. Previously, when the young woman punched Inflate, Xianxia did not feel too much of her power, only noticing that this young woman had incredible strength despite her small size. But when he really faced her himself, he realized that he had greatly underestimated her. This kind of power was simply beyond what a young woman should be capable of. It would not surprise Xianxia if Monster King Xilei unleashed such power while in his true form. But he could not believe that this power was released by a young woman who appeared only 17 or 18 years old. Xianxia was astonished as he secretly thought to himself that there were indeed a large number of talents in this world. This young woman who came out of nowhere was already so amazing that it made Xianxia wonder how many more mighty people could be hiding in this big world. "Young Master Yang, be careful." Inflate's face changed drastically. At the same time, he reached out his hand in order to grab the young woman's fist. "It's useless." Xianxia's face turned solemn as he channeled all his strength into his own fist to meet the enemy head-on. The shadows of two gigantic fists collided in the sky, resulting in a shocking explosion. After a grunt, Inflate came to a halt after being forced back several dozen meters. His hand was slightly twisted as his arm shook. Xianxia also felt that his blood was churning in his chest while his arm clearly had several fresh fractures. The two of them together failed to stop the raging power of their opponent even with their combined force. The young woman did not give up after a single punch though, and instead threw another towards Xianxia's head with a flicker. Looking at her stance, she really wanted to take Xianxia's life with this next blow. Although her moves were vicious, her expression was as tranquil as an ancient well, lacking any murderous intent, an extremely unusual sight. Nevertheless, this did not mean that the little young woman did not want to kill Xianxia, but rather that her current performance required little effort from her. When a butcher killed a sheep, would he release murderous intent? A powerful vortex spun up again, causing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to scream in terror as they were involuntarily pulled towards the young woman's fist, as if they were asking for death. They were not acting of their own will. Rather, this young woman's cultivation was too high compared to their own. So when she let out her punch, she did not care about their lives and involved them even though they were innocent. Their source chi would not circulate, and they found themselves trapped inside the powerful vortex just like drowning children, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Seeing that their bodies were about to hit the pink fist and to be broken to pieces the next moment, another fist passed by them from behind. The fist was covered in a five-colored light, and it was filled with piercingly cold sword chi. Xianxia had pushed his five elements indestructible sword chi to its limits while unleashing all of his emperor chi in a rage. Hong! Xianxia was thrown back through the air after a loud explosion. His fist was badly mutilated, exposing his bones through his broken flesh. However, when the two punches met, the repulsive force of the collision successfully pushed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian back to him. Voila! The terrifying shockwave that hit Xianxia shredded his clothes into dust, revealing his rippling muscles. Not only that, the towering city lord's mansion was razed to the ground in an instant, and the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who remained in it were either killed or severely injured. Crazy bitch! Xianxia glared at the young woman. The young woman frowned at this sight and did not immediately pursue Xianxia. She just glanced at his bloody fist with a look of disdain, the corners of her mouth curling upwards slightly. Young Master Yang. Fei immediately returned to Yang Kai's side, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. His job in following Yang Kai to the southern territory this time was mainly to ensure his safety. After all, Yang Kai was a critical person, and if something happened to him, all the monster kings in the entire ancient wildlands would not forgive Fei. He had never imagined that someone would actually wound Yang Kai right in front of his face. If Xie Wu Wei and Shi Lei learned of this, they would not sit idle and would definitely give him absolute hell. Protect them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to Fei before he looked around to check the surroundings. The recent incident attracted the attention of many Emperor Realm Masters, all of whom flew over and were now watching from a distance. When they saw that it was Yang Kai who was involved in a conflict and was also injured, they all looked delighted and cheered in their hearts. Because of the arrogant behavior of Yang Kai at the city gate just a short time ago, many felt resentment towards him. Therefore, they rejoiced to see Yang Kai suffering, especially the old man and the middle-aged man who were humiliated by Yang Kai openly before. They were overjoyed. However, what puzzled them the most was the identity of the young woman. Despite her youthful appearance, she could actually hurt Yang Kai, astounding everyone who was watching. If you want to fight, let's fight outside. After a short pause, Yang Kai declared and flew out of the city. This was still inside Flowing Shadow City after all, and judging from the young woman's strength, if he really fought with her here, they would certainly hurt the innocent people in the city. Moreover, Yang Kai did not want to expose too much of his strength in front of so many people. Good. I can at least let you choose where you want to die. The young woman nodded in acceptance before following Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Fei's face darkened and he started to move to chase after him. But Yang Kai's voice came from afar at that moment. Don't follow me and don't allow anyone to come near. It's just one woman. This young master will come back as soon as he settles things with her. Fei immediately stopped as he could sense the anger in Yang Kai's words. This wasn't surprising though, as no one would be in a good mood after being offended for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order was tough for him. He was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai if he did not follow him, but he was also afraid that Yang Kai would not be happy if he disobeyed his instructions. While he was hesitating, a lot of Emperor Masters began moving in order to catch up with Yang Kai because they did not want to miss the exciting show. Seeing this, Fei snorted coldly and pushed his monster chi. See, a monster king. The faces of the Emperor Realm Master all changed drastically, many of them freezing in place as if hit by some kind of petrification technique. Most of the people here were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so it was natural for them to be frightened by the sudden appearance of a monster king in the city. Monster kings were comparable to Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so if this sharp-eyed man really wanted to initiate a massacre, perhaps no one in the whole Flowing Shadow City could stop him. You can try to follow them if you want to die. Fei swept his eyes across the crowd coldly. Whenever Fei's gaze fell on them, the Emperor Realm Masters would panic and dared not to make any noise. As for the Emperor Realm Masters who had a grudge with Yang Kai, they were even more terrified. Previously, at the city gates, this monster king had been following behind Yang Kai without doing anything, like a servant. But it was only now that they understood that this man was the reason for Yang Kai's arrogance. Fortunately, they did not really engage in a fight with Yang Kai, otherwise they would already be dead. Damn! In a hidden corner, Wu Ming stared in Fei's direction with a frown. Why is there a monster king here? The target of the Flowing Shadow City's auction this time was Yang Kai, and if it was just him, a lone First-Order Emperor, Wu Ming believed that his honored master's plan would work perfectly. Nevertheless, everything had changed with the sudden emergence of a powerful monster king. After a moment of pause, Wu Ming hurriedly turned back to report this finding to his honored master to see what adjustments to the plan would be necessary. He could not simply ignore the existence of a monster king. This, sir. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were dumbfounded. Although they had been with Fei for a few days, they never thought that this man who had been like a bodyguard around Yang Kai was actually a monster king. Only now did they understand why Yang Kai was so confident to break into the Flowing Shadow Sword sect alone. It seemed that his biggest dependence was not his own strength, but this monster king. With the help of a monster king, there really was nothing to worry about. In the sky, two figures flew forward at the speed of lightning. Xianxia led the way while the injuries on his fists were gradually healing thanks to his powerful restorative ability. He was secretly shocked by this young woman's brute force. It was unknown where this young woman came from. He swept his divine sense over her and saw that she was actually carrying her hands behind her back, following him closely like a shadow without leaving a single step further behind him, her face calm and unpretentious. It was like she was out for a stroll and then casually decided to fight him. Xianxia was instantly exasperated and took in a gentle breath. The irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down and his expression regained serenity. Although the other party seemed young and unreasonable, her strength was beyond question. Although there was no grievance nor enmity between the two of them, as this was truly the first time they ever met. Since the other party held murderous intent towards him, Xianxia would not back down. "If you want to kill me, I will kill you. We will see who dies first." They traveled a few tens of thousands of kilometers away from flowing Shadow City into a stretch of barren mountains. Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned around. The young woman's figure also halted 300 meters away from him. Looking around, she pursed her pink lips and mocked. "Is this the burial location you chose for yourself? Your taste is quite bad." "Ha!" Xianxia snickered. "Ignorant woman. Thinking that you're so great with just a little brute force. You still don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." This was something other people would tell him, and it was his first time ridiculing others the same way. He felt uneasy for having a feeling of being a wicked person, and generally speaking, the people who dared talk to him like that had all ended miserably. The young woman continued mocking. "It doesn't matter whether you pick a wasteland or a paradise to die on. Since you dared to refine those things, I will rip them from your body, then shred your corpse, letting you die without a burial." While she was talking, she extended her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips as though she was looking at a delicious feast, a shade of coquettish charm appearing on her pure and naive face. Xianxia was startled as his heart rate elevated as he wondered how that little tongue would feel on him. "Damn it! That's an enemy right in front of you. How could you be seduced by her beauty? Is it because of the abstinence I endured since coming to Star Boundary?" Xianxia scolded himself and immediately circulated his secret art to clear his mind. "Are you ready?" The young woman raised her eyes and asked with a feigned harmless sweet smile. Xianxia burst out in a laugh and answered in equal arrogance. "Come, this young master will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your pair, PFT." Before he could finish, Xianxia felt a huge force on his abdomen. There was no trace of the young woman 300 meters away, only a faint afterimage left in the same spot where she once stood while her petite figure had long closed the distance between them and threw out a punch. As if an Emperor Realm Master self-destructed in his face, Xianxia felt a spasm in his stomach and he opened his mouth to douse the young woman's head and face with a mouthful of blood. The impact sent him flying backward like a sack, directly colliding with a mountain peak. Hong long long. Rubble flew everywhere as the 1,000-meter peak caved in. A huge hole appeared on the mountainside, but Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. The young woman retrieved her fist and straightened her back to stare at the hole and sneered, overconfident. With her strength, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to resist. So could a trivial first-order Emperor Realm be impudent in front of her? He really did not know how to write the word death. This time, she had come to the Southern Territory to investigate the whereabouts of her clan's treasure on orders from her elder. She had no clue after searching many places until she encountered Xianxia when she passed through flowing Shadow City. Had he been an ordinary Emperor Realm Master, she would have ignored him like air, but Xianxia actually refined something taboo, and as a member of her clan, she naturally had the responsibility and obligation to erase him. It was funny that this human was arrogant enough to challenge her alone without knowing her true identity. His courage was worth complimenting, but his intelligence was sorely lacking. Lifting her pink little hand up and wiping the blood from her face, she stared at it for a moment as she frowned and muttered, "It's golden." It was her first time encountering a human with golden blood, and the vitality contained in this blood was quite shocking even to her. Sticking out the tip of her tongue to lick the golden blood, The young woman's face changed slightly as she mused. Demon essence with spirituality. How strange. She tasted an absolutely repulsive aura in this blood, but at the same time felt a sense of intimacy with it. Xianxia's golden blood originated from the demon mystic tome he obtained at the beginning of his cultivation journey. He had used the power contained in the Black Book to refine his blood into pure golden blood, which was why it emitted a rich demon essence. He also refined the golden divine dragon source though, which carried a pure spirituality that provided an extraordinary restorative ability to his blood. The two had perfectly combined and blended with each other over time. The demon essence refined from the demon mystic tome should not be able to withstand the spirituality of the ever-strengthening golden divine dragon source at all. But the pure ancient demon chi sealed within Xianxia had subtly affected his physique after being unsealed several times, leading to a delicate balance being achieved. A thunderous explosion blasted from the hole made on the side of the mountain, followed by a stream of light flying out from it which turned into Xianxia's figure, appearing in front of the young woman again. You? The young woman was taken aback and looked forward in astonishment. She thought that Xianxia would be severely injured even if he did not die after taking her punch. How could she have anticipated that the other party still had the ability to move? On top of that, he returned with high morale, his emperor chi surging as his eyes shone with a terrifying light. It hurts, Xianxia exclaimed, but a lofty look instead of a pained one was shown on his face, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Woman, I underestimated you. It would be impolite to not reciprocate your gift, so take a punch from this old master in return." As he spoke, his aura condensed, like a volcano about to erupt as he concentrated all of his power on his fist. Space principles fluctuated, and he reappeared right in front of the young woman while throwing a punch towards her chest. If the punch was not evaded, this pair of voluptuous peaks would definitely rupture. Xianxia did not mean to take advantage of her, but her figure was so small that the punch Xianxia threw could only strike her chest, just as she did not deliberately choose to attack Xianxia's abdomen. In the face of a life or death threat, there was no doubt that Xianxia would throw this punch no matter how soft and tender the enemy's skin was, or even if she was a stunning beauty dancing in front of him. 5 colored rays bloomed around his fist as his 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled, strengthening the blow. Inexplicably, Xianxia felt invigorated and unspeakable pleasure filled his heart. This type of simple and crude battle was truly able to unleash a man's ferocious instincts. The vortex of strength suddenly appeared and space cracked. What was thrown out was no longer just a fist, but a lifelong perception of the martial Tao, a condensation of Xianxia's will and cultivation. The young woman narrowed her eyes slightly, obviously a little surprised. She did not expect that Xianxia, a trivial first-order Emperor realm human, could unleash such violent power. Combined with the vitality of the golden blood, the young woman suspected that Xianxia should have cultivated some incredible body-tempering art. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve this. Sneering secretly in her heart, she mocked how he dared to address himself as old master in front of her at his young age. Despite her youthful appearance, she happened to have a very long growth cycle, so in fact she was a few hundred years old already. You will regret that you didn't die easily just now. The young woman's crimson lips parted slightly. She stood still on the spot, simply raising her hand and thrusting out her palm to meet Xianxia's fist. The small, tender hand was like an exquisite piece of artwork carved from the finest jade thrown into a raging storm at sea that could shatter it to pieces in the next moment. Pa! Fist met palm, and the only thing about the young woman that moved was her dress as she successfully blocked Xianxia's confident, incredible blow, as though the punch was nothing more than a headless fly instead of a violent, fatal attack. The young woman stood tall as her beautiful eyes filled with a mocking light. Fuck! Xianxia was accustomed to engaging in strong, incredible fights, but could not help but drop his jaw at that moment. The conflict between what he imagined would happen and reality at the critical moment was too abrupt and somewhat unacceptable to him. Even though he knew that the power of this young woman was immense, Xianxia did not expect it to be so great. It felt like her strength was completely out of his league. My turn. The young woman smiled with a laugh very much resembling the sweet-sounding chime of a silver bell, but that sweet sound was like a horrifying knell to Yang Kai. The palm that blocked Yang Kai's punch closed around his fist was soft and supple, but Yang Kai instantly felt that his fist was firmly locked, unable to move. Immediately afterwards, the young woman pulled back her free arm as if she was pulling a bowstring, and her figure leaned slightly backwards to support the action. Her light blue dress almost failed to contain her ample peaks as her movement threatened to rip apart its fabric. Hong! The bowstring was at full tension and the arrow was released, sending the flying tender fist that was wrapped in an aura of pure destructive energy forward. Yang Kai's eyes widened dramatically as he gathered all the strength he could in his free hand and punched out, creating a barrage of fist's shadows. Explosions blasted one after another, accompanied by Yang Kai's muffled grunts. Chi! Yang Kai staggered back, his 5 elements indestructible sword chi collapsing. His attacking fist was distorted and bloody, and the flesh on the knuckles of the other fist was completely scraped off, exposing his bones. The vitality in his chest rolled, and Yang Kai could not stop himself from coughing up another mouthful of blood. Desperate to save some face, he raised his head with difficulty and spat. Mediocre! Really? The corner of the young woman's mouth curled up into a sneer as she thought to herself. Humans were really pathetic. He still doesn't repent when he is about to die, even daring to speak contrary to his own thoughts. He probably regrets it now and is scared to death. Maybe he will kneel down and beg for mercy later. He might just turn around and run away now. After all, he knows that defeat is inevitable. No one would be stupid enough to continue resisting stubbornly in the face of an undefeatable enemy. Again! Yang Kai roared as he gathered his strength again. Before the young woman could answer, he shot towards her. He actually came head-on. The young woman's heart jumped, feeling that the matter was progressing a little differently from what she had imagined. Could she have already punched him senseless and he was now acting like a madman? Yang Kai held his burning fury inside his heart. The battle with this young woman reminded him of his helplessness against Shi Hua in the ancient lands more than a year ago. He could not kill Shi Hua back then, and now, was it possible that he could not kill this stupid little woman too? Rage erupted in Yang Kai's heart as his blood boiled like magma. Although he was still overwhelmed by the woman's terrifying brute strength and mostly defended instead of attacked, as the battle went on, he became more and more furious and excited, and the flow of his strength also became smoother and smoother. Hong hong hong! The two figures constantly collided with each other and whizzed around the mountains. Countless mountains collapsed, while all living creatures nearby ran for their lives. From time to time, Yang Kai's blood splattered the air from an attack, but he would pounce back into the battle tenaciously without the slightest hesitation. His clothes were almost completely torn, and the more pieces of his robes fell with each exchange. His upper body was completely naked now, leaving only a few strips of cloth covering the private part of his lower body. He never wore artifact armor, not that he didn't possess any. Throughout the recent years, he had killed many masters and obtained a lot of loot like artifact armors from their space rings. However, Yang Kai did not refine them as he did not think that he would need them. Even though artifact armor could provide a layer of protection, it would also isolate his perception of danger. It was not good relying too much on external aids. However, how could ordinary clothes withstand such a violent battle? If the battle continued, Yang Kai would probably be totally naked before long. Surprisingly, the woman did not feel shy at all, as if she did not see anything on Yang Kai. Even if she had never seen a man's naked body before, she ought to have heard some stories about it, and it was nothing interesting to her. Furthermore, she did not think it mattered what a dead man looked like. Compared with Yang Kai's messy condition, the battle seemed to be much more relaxed for the young woman. No matter how fierce Yang Kai's attacks were, she could resolve them easily. The terrifying strength that she possessed was simply unfathomable. Even the strongest monster beasts would not be able to compete with her in strength. Pooh! Yang Kai spurted another mouthful of blood as he shot out again, plowing a deep ravine into the ground as the last remnants of clothing on his lower half were shredded. The woman frowned slightly, thinking that Yang Kai was simply too stubborn and unreasonable. If it were any other ordinary Emperor Realm Master, he would have been smashed into mince by now. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was still alive, and although he looked utterly disheveled, his fighting spirit was only rising instead. This was all thanks to the surging vitality in his peculiar golden blood, she thought. If not for it, this man would have been long dead. Sure enough, the golden blood was really bizarre. Yang Kai got up trembling, spat out the blood in his mouth, and stared at the young woman defiantly with shocking brilliance in his eyes. Facing such adversity and the desperate struggle itself made him recall the moment when he obtained the Demon Mystic Tome many years ago. It was precisely because of his unyielding spirit that he was able to obtain the recognition of the Demon Mystic Tome and begin his journey on the martial Tao. The situation at this moment was very similar to that time. However, that incident was too long ago, and he had almost forgotten that feeling. Because of this suffering, Yang Kai finally found his fierce spirit rekindled after a long period of dormancy. As long as I remain unyielding, who can stop me? With a single thought, he vaguely comprehended something. The blood in his body circulated with increasing haste, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood clots off his body, revealing new skin. I see. Yang Kai's eyes sparkled with radiance. Over the years, his reliance on secret techniques and artifacts in battle had caused him almost to forget his unyielding spirit. The insight that he gained today was truly fruitful. You? The young woman slightly furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing that something had changed with Yang Kai just now, but she could not tell what this transformation was. Yang Kai took out a new set of clothes from his space ring and put them on. He beckoned the woman by curling his index finger. Again! Infuriated, the woman gritted her teeth. Since you can't wait to die, I will fulfill your wish. Without showing any unnecessary animation, she rushed towards Yang Kai's face and threw another punch. Yang Kai immediately punched back to counter. At the moment their knuckles touched, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he burst out the power of his whole body in all directions. Hong! Yang Kai was blown away again, but this time, the young woman also couldn't help withdrawing a single step back. What just happened? The young woman was shocked. Previously, no matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he would not be able to even shake her. However, she was forced to take a step back from this clash, clearly indicating that the power of his punch was many folds greater than before. What transformation could he have possibly undergone in this short time to achieve such rapid growth? Ha ha ha! Yang Kai flew back with a laugh as he tumbled through the sky before crashing down on a certain hill. Give an inch and you take a mile. Look at how weak you are. You are still just a woman after all. The young woman was exasperated and her next punch flew out like a gust of wind that shrouded towards Yang Kai. For a moment, the sky was full of fist shadows. After a short while, the two figures separated. The ground under the young woman's feet cracked, and her breathing had become a slight bit faster. Yang Kai's new clothes were torn again, his skin was cracked, and his golden blood dripped down like streams from his wounds. But despite his messy look, he was even more excited, like nothing but the battle before him existed anymore. The woman finally showed a solemn look as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She had asked this before in front of the city lord's mansion, but at that time she was not really interested in knowing the answer because she did not put Yang Kai in her eyes. To her, Yang Kai was already a dead man, so why did she need to know his name? But now she asked the same question again. The human whom she looked down on was finally worthy of her attention, if only a little of it. The strong had always treated each other with respect. Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, the woman replied, "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned at first. Then he nodded when he realized that it was her name. "I'll remember it." Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and questioned, "Don't you have anything to say after hearing this queen's name?" Yang Kai thought about it carefully and answered, "It's a nice name, sweet and simple. Not bad, not bad." Zhu Qing could not help rolling her eyes as she could not believe that this guy really could not connect her name to anything. Zhu Qing finally realized why Yang Kai was so fearless. He was just an ignorant idiot. She wondered how he had managed to become a first-order emperor in the first place. Although she admitted this young man was talented, he had violated a grave taboo, and the world could not tolerate his existence. He had to die. Never mind. Zhu Qing waved her hand in disappointment. Time to get serious. Humph. This young master also hasn't given it his all yet. I was being a gentleman the whole time because you are a woman. Although Yang Kai boasted so, internally he was screaming. What the hell did this crazy woman mean? Was she just fooling around up till now? How arrogant is she? I can't come off as weak in front of her. I know. Zhu Qing smiled faintly, revealing a serene look. Yang Kai thought that she would snap back at him for his arrogance. But unexpectedly she actually answered like this. What do you know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Zhu Qing tucked her hair behind her ear and answered slowly. You refined those things but haven't used them yet, so of course you haven't given it your all yet. Yang Kai frowned. You keep talking about those things, but what do you mean? Zhu Qing did mention that he refined something that he should not have earlier, and this was the reason for their battle. However, he hated people trying to act mysterious with him the most. If it were not for her ample figure, he would have slapped her in the face. Zhu Qing's expression turned cold, and retorted, You don't even remember what you refined? Her aura changed tremendously in the next instant. If she had appeared like a harmless woman next door previously, now she was like a flood dragon that was going out to the sea to commit murder. Yang Kai retorted, This young master has refined so many things over his life. How could I possibly know what you're talking about if you don't tell me? Then, Zhu Qing touched her red lips and flashed a sweet smile. Let me help you remember. When the words fell, she already reappeared in front of Yang Kai, her hand in the shape of a claw as she grabbed at his chest. Her speed was so fast that Yang Kai could not react at all. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yang Kai seemed to hear a dragon roar at that moment as Zhu Qing's small hand seemed to transform into a dragon claw. It appeared that she was attempting to tear down all his defenses to gouge out his heart in one blow. Sure enough, this young woman had not given it her all earlier. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped back, horrified. But Yang Kai could not shake her off as Zhu Qing chased after him like a shadow. When she reached right under his nose, he could smell her orchid-like breath when she warned him. If you don't use it now, you won't have a chance to use it again. At the critical moment of life and death, a realization dawned on Yang Kai and he shouted, Dragon transformation! His aura that was already quite strong instantly rose to a new high. His monstrous power became comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Pieces of scales suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's exposed skin, and both his hands also turned into dragon claws at the same time. A golden ray of light flashed behind him as a giant golden divine dragon illusory phantom manifested. Zhu Qing's heart sped up inexplicably as she lifted her head and stared behind Yang Kai, but she saw nothing. She was dumbstruck, staring with her eyes widened. However, because of this short moment of delay, her momentum decreased sharply. Yang Kai immediately stretched out his dragon claw to grab her hand. Oh no! The pretty face of Zhu Qing turned pale as she hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was too late as she was too close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai successfully caught her hand, and his dragon claw unleashed a mighty power, which made Zhu Qing feel pain, a sensation she rarely felt. Caught you! There were dragon scales vaguely appearing on Yang Kai's face, and his bearing changed greatly, becoming dreadfully overbearing. Let go of me! Zhu Qing shouted as she punched Yang Kai's chest with her other fist. Yang Kai did not move, however, and simply allowed the punch to hit his chest directly, resulting in a metallic clang. Sparks flew and his chest sunk in somewhat. His body staggered a bit, but he still held Zhu Qing's hand tightly in his grip. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded as she did not expect that her strike to be so weak. No, it wasn't her punch that was weak, but Yang Kai who had grown stronger. When she thought of punching again, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed her free arm. Both of her arms were restrained now, unable to budge. He held her so close to himself that there was only a finger's length of distance between their faces now. Hot breath met her face, sending tingles all over Zhu Qing's body, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, Yang Kai's eyes were flashing an obscene light as he stared at her with clear lust. Blood drained from Zhu Qing's beautiful face instantly, unaware that she was bewitched by Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique. Yang Kai would not have had such a visceral reaction being in this proximity to Zhu Qing if she was an average person. But she was different. Her very existence would definitely trigger him to release the most primitive carnal desire hidden in his heart. Such was the draconic nature. Perhaps Yang Kai did not realize it himself, but it was an instinct he could not resist. Yang Kai did feel odd though, as he was clearly determined to teach Zhu Qing a harsh lesson. But the feel of her in his arms and the scent of her bodily fragrance dissipated the hostility in his heart inexplicably. On the contrary, another feeling was boiling violently within him. It was a feeling he had suppressed for years and had not had a chance to release, a man's basic instinct. Looking up and down at Zhu Qing with a scrutinizing gaze, Yang Kai secretly admired her extremely alluring figure. Her peaks were round and voluptuous, undulating like great mountains, and the dip of the front of her dress was simply dizzying, tantalizing his throbbing libido, drawing his eyes in like a whirlpool, making him unable to extricate himself. The lingering scent made Yang Kai feel agitated as his blood began to boil. He breathed in this scent deeply with an extremely intoxicated expression, lowering his head slightly as his scorching gaze moved down to the exposed, delicate white skin. The claws that grabbed Zhu Qing's fist and arm were no longer satisfied with just this little contact, and he began to stroke and caress his prisoner lightly. The soft and tender hands were just a wonder to his touch. Two clearly distinguishable streaks of steam puffed from his nostrils that collided with Zhu Qing's neck, sending her into a daze. Impudence! Zhu Qing reprimanded in a frail squeal, her beautiful face losing all color as she shouted. A trivial human dared to gaze upon her with such presumptuous eyes? It was simply unforgivable. He needed to be cut into 10,000 pieces for this sin alone. However, what made Zhu Qing even more shocked was that she too was being affected by his aura. If it was someone else, not to mention a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, her emotions would not have fluctuated at all even if she was held like this. However, she felt a subtle reaction from her body when she was bathed in Yang Kai's aura. She was horrified and furious. Just what was happening? As she struggled, her strong and powerful calf was quickly lifted, sending a knee flying mercilessly towards Yang Kai's crotch. It was a failed attempt, however, as Yang Kai's legs immediately clamped down on the approaching thigh, leaving Zhu Qing unable to slip out from the brute force of his grip. Zhu Qing's legs couldn't be considered slender, but they still had astonishing proportions. The muscles on her legs were supple but also firm, their feel invoking even more lust and desire in Yang Kai. With both arms restrained and one leg clamped tight, Zhu Qing looked as though she was clinging on to Yang Kai, their posture as ambiguous and amorous as could be, especially when Yang Kai was half-naked in his torn robes, increasing the intimacy of their embrace significantly. Although there was not any skin-to-skin contact, only a thin layer of fabric separated them. Zhu Qing's expression changed again as panic finally flooded her beautiful face. Yang Kai took a deep breath of her scent again, completely indulging in it while at the same time struggling to maintain his rationality, frowning deeply as he interrogated, "What did you do to me?" He instinctively thought that his unstable mood was the result of some technique Zhu Qing used. He really did not expect that this woman not only had astonishing brute strength, but was also proficient in charm techniques. He had no idea what she did to affect his latent desires. This was truly an odd situation. Yang Kai had come into contact with a number of women who cultivated beguiling techniques, and each of them was coquettish and charming. But as for Zhu Qing, she did not seem to have cultivated any such technique. Unable to express her discomfort when she heard this, Zhu Qing could only grit her teeth and threaten him. "What could I have done to you? Let go of me now, or I'll kill you." Yang Kai flexed his arms, pulling her tightly towards him. At that moment, the two bodies closed the short distance between them to enter a tight embrace, and a pair of astonishingly soft mounds pressed up against Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai clearly felt the two swells pressing against his chest, causing the rampant desires in his heart to rapidly expand. Blowing gently on Zhu Qing's delicate earlobes, Yang Kai whispered, "Do you know what playing with fire is?" Zhu Qing was in a strange daze, and his voice sent a shudder through her body. Although she could not see her own face now, she was sure her ears were definitely scarlet. Sure enough, Yang Kai pulled his head back slightly, staring at her earlobe with interest for a while before grinning. So sensitive? Anger boiled within Zhu Qing out of embarrassment. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and coldly glared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her, and threatened again. "Let me go, otherwise there won't be a single place for you to hide in the entire star boundary." "I mean it." Yang Kai's face turned cold as he raised his hand, grabbed her hair, and yanked back abruptly. Zhu Qing shrieked as her body bent back involuntarily, revealing an expression of pain. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Yang Kai's face was full of hostility, as if he had become another person. "You provoked me one-sidedly and wanted to kill me. Now you dare to threaten me after I've captured you? You're not dull in the head, are you? You brought this on yourself?" Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and closed her beautiful eyes slowly. When she opened them again, she let out a sudden dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Yang Kai could clearly see a huge fiery red dragon phantom manifest behind Zhu Qing. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Qing's tender body was filled with the majesty of a dragon, and her long black hair suddenly turned a flaming red. Not only that, two small, delicate dragon horns appeared on top of her head. After this change, Zhu Qing's aura suddenly became extremely dangerous. Yang Kai was stunned, but he quickly curled his lips and challenged, "A dragon source? I have one too." No wonder Yang Kai felt a little strange when he first saw Zhu Qing. He did not realize it at that time, but looking back now, he did feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy with her. However, Yang Kai was distracted by Zhu Qing's overbearing attitude, causing that inexplicable intimacy to quickly be replaced by disgust. Only now did he realize that this intimacy was not an illusion, but rather because the other party also had a dragon source. This made sense. This insane woman looked young, with a petite and exquisite figure, but possessed extraordinary power. Obviously, this was because she had a dragon source. As Yang Kai finished speaking, his body trembled. A high-pitched dragon roar pierced the heavens as a huge golden divine dragon phantom suddenly soared upwards and hovered behind Yang Kai. The house-sized dragon eyes were full of endless majesty as it stared at the land before it. Ancestral dragon. Zhu Qing's aura froze as she stared blankly at the golden divine dragon behind Yang Kai, a complex mixture of shock, fright, and joy filling her beautiful eyes. As the golden divine dragon stared down at her, Zhu Qing's tender body trembled with an inexplicable sense of humility. The next moment, the golden divine dragon phantom returned to Yang Kai's body and disappeared. "What did you say?" Yang Kai frowned as an absurd feeling that he could easily kill Zhu Qing in front of him filled him after he pushed his golden divine dragon source strength. This feeling was preposterous, but it was also completely doubtless, causing Yang Kai to not hear Zhu Qing's mutterings in between his confusion. Yang Kai was slightly stunned because Zhu Qing's aura, which had greatly risen upon the activation of her dragon source, immediately returned to normal. Her long red hair turned black again, as if her power was suppressed by an inexplicable force. Even the two dragon horns on her head disappeared. Both of her glistening pupils stared blankly at Yang Kai, reflecting an indescribable emotion. The blood inside his body tumbled, and his breathing became heavier and heavier as Yang Kai gradually became unable to resist the evil thoughts in his heart. With her staring at him with those watery eyes, and the combination of the warmth of their embrace, Yang Kai's rationality finally shattered. He bound her tightly with increasing strength as if he was trying to squeeze Zhu Qing into his body. Zhu Qing could not help choking as she clung to Yang Kai involuntarily. He leaned down to capture her red lips, kissing her wantonly and domineeringly. Zhu Qing struggled, her eyes bulging as the shame of being violated enveloped her, a feeling she had never felt before. She fought hard to resist, but she could not even summon 30% of her strength under the natural suppression. Still playing hard to get it this time, Yang Kai snorted coldly clearly sensing that Zhu Qing's strength had decreased greatly from before, concluding that she was using some profound beguiling technique to seduce him. Otherwise, why was he unable to suppress his own carnal desires as a first-order Emperor Realm Master? Since you want to play with fire, then this young master will grant your wish. We'll see who has the advantage when this is all over. The red lips of the woman in front of him were extremely hot, like living flames, giving Yang Kai an unimaginable joyful experience. In the short moment when Zhu Qing lost focus, he took advantage of an opening and forced his tongue into her mouth, capturing her little tongue, sucking on it greedily. Unsatisfied, Yang Kai released her hands and took her waist from behind with one hand, moving it down to her round bottom, kneading it as he pleased. His other hand reached up and grasped hold of her other softness, massaging the peak he grasped vigorously. Having her hands released from his restraint, Zhu Qing fought back, but she was unable to exert even a third of her full strength. She hammered Yang Kai repeatedly powerful but still failed to stop his rampant violation. On the contrary, this action only aroused his fierceness and thirst. Gradually, her resistance became weaker, and the natural instincts that were suppressed in her bones gradually surfaced. Zhu Qing circled her arms and embraced Yang Kai, her nails dragging across his bare back, leaving trails of blood as a strange moan leaked from her lips. A crystal-clear tear formed from both joy and pain silently rolled down from the corner of her eye across her cheek, as the clash between her instincts and her rational mind left her at a complete loss. Will anything happen to young Master Yang? That woman doesn't seem to be someone we should get involved with, Yi Jinghan asked with a worried face. Her heart raced when she recalled the scene in front of the city lord's mansion. Since Brother Yang took the initiative to lead her out, he definitely has a plan. Although saying so, Du Xian was uncertain too and looked at Ying Fei with a querying look. Ying Fei said nothing, but a vague trace of worry could be seen on his cold face. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were just third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they could not understand just how terrifying that young woman really was. But as a monster king, he naturally understood the astonishing strength she possessed. Her performance in front of the city lord's mansion was just a fraction of her true strength. If she really went all out, Ying Fei was not sure if he could defeat her. Yang Kai was strong, but he was still just a first-order emperor after all. Therefore, even though Yang Kai told them not to follow, Ying Fei still decided to chase after him in case of an accident. As they traced the aura left by Yang Kai, Ying Fei was sure that he was moving in the right direction. After entering the mountains, there were traces of battle everywhere, with the surrounding terrain broken, trees felled, mountains flattened, and the stench of blood filling the air, showcasing the ferocity of the fight which had taken place here. Ying Fei could not help frowning, secretly praying that Yang Kai would be all right. After sniffing with his nose to determine the direction, Ying Fei wrapped Yi Jinghan and Du Xian with his monster qi and rushed off in a certain direction. After a short moment, Du Xian suddenly pointed his finger. Over there! Despite there being several dozen kilometers between them, Du Xian could keenly see that there were two people on the ground over there. He had no clue what was happening at the moment, but he could see that the fight had seemingly come to an end. In fact, what he vaguely saw was two people closely entangled together, like they were wrestling. Ying Fei narrowed his eyes and immediately flew over. Although it was several dozen kilometers, it only took them a blink of an eye to arrive. Young Master Yang! Ying Fei cried out, but as soon as he spoke, his jaw dropped at the scene on the ground in front of him, dumbstruck. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were stunned too, their expressions gradually turning awkward. There were traces of battle the whole way here, so although they did not witness the fight themselves, they could tell just how fierce the conflict had been and had been deeply worried for Yang Kai. However, this scene in front of them totally confused them. Yang Kai and the young woman were tightly embracing each other on the ground. Yang Kai's upper body was practically naked as he pressed his body onto the young woman, his hands roaming all over her body. On the other hand, the young woman was embracing Yang Kai too, her nails leaving deep bloody trails on his back. The three observers could not tell whether the noises these two were making were sounds of joy or of suffering, confusing and embarrassing them at the same time. This, Fei was speechless as deep down inside his heart he was screaming, "What the hell happened? Don't look! Don't look!" Du Xian hurriedly covered Yi Jinghan's eyes, but he continued watching attentively without even blinking his own. Yi Jinghan blushed and shoved Du Xian's hand away angrily, then pulled his ear and dragged him away. Du Xian forced a smile to conceal his embarrassment. "Let's leave." Monster King Fei immediately reacted to the situation and said to Du Xian and Yi Jinghan before they quickly turned around and returned along the way they came. Although they did not know what happened, they were sure that Yang Kai's life was not in danger. Instead, he seemed to have completely subdued the rude young woman. So Fei did not feel right to disturb Yang Kai's business with their presence. Unfortunately, the arrival of the three still attracted the attention of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, who was in an intoxicated state as her instincts ran rampant after her strength experienced a bloodline suppression, suddenly regained a trace of sense in her mind and gave a hard bite. "See?" Yang Kai took a sharp breath as he felt his tongue almost get bitten off, hurriedly lifting his head up to protect himself. Zhu Qing put her hands on his chest to block him, opening a distance between them. She was gasping for air, her face red. "Enough!" she retorted coldly with her lingering flustered face. Yang Kai was amused by her look. He smiled faintly. "Not enough." Zhu Qing was irritated. "Don't think you can act as you please." She swept her eyes over Yang Kai, staring at his big hand that was still massaging her peaks, and snapped, "Take your dirty hands off of me." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and squeezed hard, causing Zhu Qing to furrow her brow in pain. Only then did he stand up with a flip. He also wasn't shameless enough to continue their activity after being spotted by Fei and the others. However, after this activity, he felt that he had vented a lot of the fire in his body. Even though he still felt uncomfortable as he held back, he did not want to continue forcing the reluctant Zhu Qing. After getting out of Yang Kai's control, Zhu Qing quickly jumped up and put 1,000 meters between her and Yang Kai. Then, she stared at him coldly, mixed feelings flashing across her beautiful eyes. She only created trouble for Yang Kai because she sensed that Yang Kai had refined some things he absolutely should not have. But she could not believe that she was the one who suffered a big loss in the end. The feeling of being frivolously molested still remained, making her extremely uncomfortable. "First time?" Yang Kai asked without lifting his head, ripping off his ragged clothes and putting on another new set. He did not understand. Since Zhu Qing seemed to have cultivated a powerful charm technique and did not hesitate to serve herself to the tiger, how could this possibly be her first time? However, the inexperience she displayed did not seem to be fake. Yang Kai started to think that Zhu Qing did not actually cultivate any kind of beguiling technique. When he recalled his past uncontrollable actions, it seemed that it happened not because he was affected by something she did, but rather by some kind of primal instinct in his own body. "Do I crave for women to such a degree? I don't think so." "What?" Zhu Qing was puzzled, but soon, she understood what Yang Kai meant and rebuked with her face flushed red again. "None of your damn business. Do you want me to take responsibility then?" Yang Kai winked at her, at the same time secretly circulating his Emperor Qi to gradually calm his rampaging emotions. "Scram!" Zhu Qing was infuriated. "This isn't over yet. Just you wait." Then, she turned around and flew away. "Thank you for your patronage. You're welcome to come again next time." Zhu Qing staggered and nearly fell from the air, while Yang Kai's unbridled laughter that came from behind made her feel even more ashamed. After flying for a while, she saw the Monster King standing to the side with two weak humans. When the Monster King saw her, he nodded at her with a smile, as if they knew each other very well. If it had been before, she would have smashed him with her fist. But now that she had been seen in such a shameful situation, Zhu Qing was too embarrassed to face Fei and instantly turned her tender body into a stream of light as she disappeared across the horizon. "Young Master Yang is blessed." Fei raised his brow as he looked at Zhu Qing's flying figure. Although the young woman was a little rude, she was incredibly strong and desirable. He had no clue what amazing methods Yang Kai used that could take her down in such a time. As a man, Fei had a deep admiration and respect for Yang Kai. N. Du Xian agreed. Yi Jinghan glanced sideways at him and snorted, "Why do I smell a sour smell?" Du Xian was shocked and quickly flattered her with a smile. "No, no, no. That kind of woman doesn't even deserve to carry junior sister's shoes. In senior brother's eyes, there is only junior sister in this world." Yi Jinghan shivered and rubbed her arm. Okay, okay. You're giving me the creeps." The corner of Du Xian's mouth twitched as he shook his head and sighed. "Didn't I tell you all not to come?" Yang Kai's figure suddenly flew over in front of Inflate. Inflate answered embarrassingly, "I wanted to help young Master Yang at first, but if I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have come. Young Master Yang, please forgive me." If he did not lead Yi Jinghan and Du Xian into Yang Kai and Zhu Qing's business, they might not have separated so soon. With a bit more time, the peanuts would have been shelled and the rice would have been cooked. Inflate felt guilty about it. No harm. Yang Kai waved his hand and stared towards the horizon. The incident today was indeed weird. Zhu Qing just came up to find trouble with him for no apparent reason. Then he ended up rolling around with her, doing some intense physical activity. It was just like an absurd dream that came and went without leaving traces. There even seemed to be a wisp of residual fragrance when he licked his lips. Young Master Yang. Where did the young woman come from? Inflate asked carefully. Such a powerful young woman definitely had a strong background. If Yang Kai could obtain her, she would be of great assistance to him. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he engaged in close physical contact with Zhu Qing, he only got to know her name and had no clue about her origins. Young Master Yang is impressive. Inflate could not help admiring him even more as he just won over the young woman without even knowing her identity. He was simply a model among men, a shining beacon for this generation. Haha, I can't help it if I'm so charming. Yang Kai burst into laughter. Yi Jinghan immediately tossed him a disdainful look. Oh! Inside an inn in Flowing Shadow City, Zhu Qing quickly entered her room and activated the various isolation barriers before she sat down on the bed in a daze. Today she went out for wool and came home shorn. It was the greatest shame of her life, a stain she would never be able to wash off. But when she thought about the ancestral dragon source inside Yang Kai's body, she relaxed quite a bit. That kind of natural suppression was not something she could resist or withstand. Luckily, she was not completely deluded under its influence and ultimately got away. This situation involved too many complicated matters, and it was no longer something she could handle at will. After pondering for a while, Zhu Qing took a deep breath to calm her chaotic mind, then took out a jade token from her space ring. The jade token had a vivid and lifelike dragon carved onto it. Looking at it, it was like a giant dragon pouncing forward. Zhu Qing put her finger into her mouth and bit her fingertip, drawing a drop of blood that strangely burned like a flame. The drop of burning blood disappeared into the jade token and it turned a bright red. Suddenly, the dragon eyes on the token quivered and an aura as deep as the sea fell upon the room. Elder! Zhu Qing greeted the jade token with a solemn face. Any news? An old man's voice came out of the jade token, one filled with dignity so strong that it stiffened Zhu Qing's whole body from just hearing it. No, Zhu Qing quickly answered. If that's the case, why did you use the dragon talisman? Zhu Qing replied, I saw the ancestral dragon source. As soon as she said this, the light on the dragon talisman suddenly blinked and the old voice asked hastily, What did you just say? Zhu Qing took a deep breath and replied, I saw the ancestral dragon source. Is this true? The old voice suddenly became extremely excited. Yes, Zhu Qing nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. Where did you see it? When did you see it? Hurry up. Tell me everything you know. Zhu Qing explained what happened after she met Yang Kai today, but she concealed the fact that Yang Kai had taken advantage of her in the middle of their fight. She was a woman, after all, so it was simply too shameless and unbearable for her to even mention it. Zhu Qing itched with hatred whenever she recalled Yang Kai's assault. She never thought that her first contact with a man would happen like that. After listening, the dragon eyes on the dragon talisman twinkled, and it took a while before the old voice said, If he could easily suppress your source strength, and it was a pure golden color, it really must be the ancestral dragon source. The old voice was incredibly enthusiastic. As if he had encountered something that made him extremely excited, he paused and confirmed with her, "Are you sure that person is a human?" "Yes," Zhu Qing replied. "But he seems to have refined a few dragon artifacts and understood some simple dragon transformation secret techniques." The old voice commented, "Since he has obtained the ancestral dragon source, it's not strange to have refined several dragon artifacts." "Elder, the ancestral dragon source is a big deal. Should I bring him back to the island?" Zhu Qing asked. The old voice quipped, "Do you think you are capable of that?" Zhu Qing was speechless. It was true that Yang Kai only had a first-order Emperor realm cultivation, and that she could easily crush an ordinary first-order Emperor at will, but the ancestral dragon source in his body had too great a suppressive effect on her. The previous battle with Yang Kai had proved this point. She was subdued by Yang Kai even before she could exert half of her strength. To deal with such a person, unless an elder personally took action, no one could resist the ancestral dragon source's suppression. "Then what should I do?" Zhu Qing frowned. The ancestral dragon source was a unique treasure that her clan had been seeking for tens of thousands of years. How could she ignore it now that she finally found it? The dragon talisman was silent for a long time before the old voice decided. "Follow him and try to establish a friendly relationship with him. When the opportunity is right, invite him to the island as a guest." "Befriend him?" Zhu Qing's face went blank, frowning. "He's just a trivial human. What qualifications does he have?" "The ancestral dragon source is his qualification." The old voice interrupted her without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking. There was an absolution in his tone, accompanied by a trace of anger as he asked, "Are you questioning me?" Zhu Qing's body trembled, and she lowered her head in submission. "Zhu Qing dares not." "And," the old voice said gruffly, "you must invite him back to the island no matter the price." "Then, my task?" Zhu Qing asked hesitantly. "Continue to investigate, but don't force the issue," the old voice replied shortly. Compared to the emergence of the ancestral dragon source strength, Zhu Qing's original mission was nothing. It was just a token after all. "Yes," Zhu Qing nodded respectfully. The light in the dragon eyes on the dragon talisman gradually dimmed while its deep aura also dissipated slowly. Zhu Qing put it away, frowned, and sat on the edge of the bed feeling upset. She was violated by Yang Kai, so there was nothing Zhu Qing would like more than to rip him into 10,000 pieces to resolve the hatred in her heart. But her elder's order now was to try her best to befriend him. Why should this queen humble herself to make acquaintances with this trivial, lowly human? It's too shameful. Warm and inviting inn, the largest inn in Flowing Shadow City, was the property of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Yang Kai arrived at this inn and after booking a few rooms upstairs, went to the hall downstairs to have a meal. With his cultivation, there was no need for eating anymore. His body could subsist on the ambient world energy, but the occasional consumption of food was still somewhat enjoyable. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had been a little sad and worried, and Yang Kai did not know how to cheer them up other than comforting their sorrows with the company of wine. Jugs of alcohol were served, all of which Yi Jinghan drank so enthusiastically that she soon became inebriated and fell asleep in Du Xian's arms. Du Xian cast an apologetic look at Yang Kai, to which the latter just waved his hand lightly, asking the former to take Yi Jinghan to rest. Only Yang Kai and Inflate were left at the table now. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Kai suddenly recalled, "Inflate, that woman said her name is Zhu Qing. Does it ring any bells to you?" He suddenly recalled that when Zhu Qing announced her name, she followed up with a strange question about her surname. Yang Kai did not think much about it at the time, but it seemed to have a significant meaning now that he pondered upon it. Yang Kai thought a lot about it but still had no ideas. Although Inflate lived in the ancient wildlands, he had been cultivating for a long time and had far vaster experiences than Yang Kai, so he just might have some clues. At the very least, he had to figure out Zhu Qing's origin. Yang Kai did not think that such a woman would give up easily, and she did leave some harsh threats right before she flew off. The wine cup in Fei's hand halted abruptly as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eagle eyes, asking, "Did you just say her name was Zhu Qing? What is it?" Yang Kai looked at Fei's unusually large reaction suspiciously. It took a while before the shock on Fei's face receded. He took a gulp of wine before replying solemnly, "On the East Sea's Dragon Island, the great elder of the Dragon Clan is called Zhu Yan." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked sternly, "Does Monster King mean that she's from the Dragon Clan?" Fei answered, "It's just a guess. I'm not sure. But back then, Zhu Qing said something about me saying a certain word and threatening to kill me if I said it again. I thought about it at the time and couldn't figure out what word violated her bottom line. But now it seems that there is indeed one word that could enrage her." "Which word?" Yang Kai asked. Fei inquired, "Does young Master Yang still remember what I said at the time?" Yang Kai pondered for a while, then grinned. "You said I was handsome and exceptionally talented. Truly a—" He stopped suddenly before saying, "So that's it." Fei also nodded and explained, "If she is really a member of the Dragon Clan, it all makes sense. The Dragon Clan has always been savage, and never gives any respect to other divine spirits, let alone monster race cultivators like me. The word I used to praise young Master Yang would definitely irritate her." At this point, Fei's face turned pale from fear. Although he was a monster king, the other party was a divine spirit. No wonder she's so strong. The Dragon Clan's strength has always been unrivaled. No wonder I couldn't see through her cultivation. It turned out that Zhu Qing was actually a Dragon Clan member. Considering all this, his admiration for Yang Kai deepened even more. That was a member of the Dragon Clan. What method did young Master Yang use to get her to yield within such a short time, even allowing him to take advantage of her? On the other hand, the other party didn't seem to have much intention of resisting. If I hadn't barged in uninvited, I'm afraid even little dragons could have been conceived. How could something like this happen? The Dragon Clan was arrogant and always regarded themselves as the head of all living creatures. No other race could enter their eyes, let alone a humble human. How could Zhu Qing, a true dragon, endure being violated by a mere human? Young Master Yang, could you also be from the Dragon Clan? An idea suddenly came to Fei. It seemed that only being a dragon himself could explain all the incredible things Yang Kai had done. Only a dragon could make another dragon yield. Yang Kai guffawed loudly and patted his own chest. "I'm human." Fei smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to believe it or not. "Excuse me, is your excellency Yang Kai, Senior Yang?" At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached the table, trembling with his head lowered. Fei glanced at him and found that this guy was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and did not pay much attention to him. However, even just a casual glance from Fei was enough for this man to fall to his knees and exclaim, "Senior, mercy. This lowly one is just here to deliver a letter." Although Yang Kai acted extremely presumptuously in Flowing Shadow City, it had not garnered much real attention, but when Fei later exposed his identity and cultivation, everyone was appalled at the fact that he was an authentic monster king. At this moment, this middle-aged man was not as very afraid of Yang Kai as he was afraid of Fei. "No one wants your life." Yang Kai glanced at him, then raised his chin slightly. "What letter is it?" The middle-aged man scanned Fei quietly, and only took a deep breath when he confirmed that the latter was not looking at him anymore. He reached into his robes and took out a gilded note before handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at the page, then grinned. "An invitation?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Who told you to deliver this?" Yang Kai questioned. "It was—" The middle-aged man was about to answer, but his eyes suddenly became blank. He tried to recall but could not remember, even feeling a splitting headache coming on. "Young Master Yang." Someone erased his memory with some kind of technique. Fei's eyes flashed when he saw this. Yang Kai nodded lightly and with a sweep of his sleeve, sent the middle-aged man out the door. Since someone had removed the messenger's memories, it did not make sense to ask anymore, as he probably would not be able to get any answers. Taking a closer look at the invitation card in his hand, Yang Kai could not help raising his brow. "Young Master Yang, what invitation is it?" Inflate asked. Yang Kai handed the card over casually as he took a sip from his cup and stated, "It looks like someone is getting impatient. Is this an invitation to the auction?" Inflate frowned after reading the contents of the card. They came to Flowing Shadow City this time just for this auction. But Yang Kai did not expect someone to take the initiative to invite him there before he had done anything, as if afraid he wasn't aware the auction was even taking place. "Young Master Yang, this is a trap, a dangerous one at that." Inflate had exposed his identity and cultivation in public today, and the person hiding in the darkness still dared to send an initiation to Yang Kai. There was no doubt that they had found a way to counter him. A monster king, otherwise the hidden party would not be acting so confidently. "I'm not a fool. How can I not see such an obvious thing?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Do you want to summon old Rhino and Wu Wei too?" Inflate asked via divine sense. Since the unknown enemy had taken Inflate's presence into account, his plan must be well thought out. However, no matter how many things this mastermind had taken into account, he would not be aware of the existence of Xilei and Xia Wu Wei. Yang Kai just needed to set up a space array and summon the two monster kings from the Northern Territory. All schemes and tricks would be in vain in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, Yang Kai was completely capable of doing this. Now that there was still some time before the auction, Yang Kai could arrange a space array in a discreet location and bring the two monsters kings over here without anyone knowing. After some deep thought though, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No need. First, he did not have many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades on hand, so he did not want to waste them. Second, if he really summoned two monster kings over, it might alarm the enemy. After all, they entered Flowing Shadow City in a group of 4, so if their group suddenly increased by 2, everyone would find it suspicious. Yang Kai actually considered hiding Xilei and Xia Wu Wei inside his sealed world bead. But it was better not to reveal its existence to too many people. Since Yang Kai had decided, Inflate did not try to persuade him of anything. He just secretly made up his mind to keep Yang Kai safe no matter what happened. "Come, follow me for a walk." Yang Kai dropped a few source crystals to pay for the food and drinks, then walked out of the inn with Inflate. Before coming to Flowing Shadow City, Yang Kai already vaguely felt that the auction was a conspiracy. It seemed that someone had deliberately set a trap and was waiting for their target to take the bait. After he reached Flowing Shadow City and met the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect, Yang Kai felt more certain that his guess was likely true. And now, he abruptly received an invitation to the auction, which made him wonder whether he was the target of this conspiracy since the beginning. Yang Kai didn't understand why this was happening, but he didn't plan on simply following the other party's script. Since the auction would be held in Flowing Shadow City, it was reasonable that the items to be auctioned would be in Flowing Shadow City. Therefore, he wanted to check if AIO and the rest were here. If so, he could just snatch them back directly. While walking around, Yang Kai released his powerful divine sense to cover the surroundings like a tide, while keeping as low a profile as possible. He was very familiar with the aura of AIO and the others, so he would certainly notice them if they were really in Flowing Shadow City. But after half a day, Yang Kai could only sigh. Sure enough, the enemy was not foolish enough to keep his bargaining chips out in the open. Yang Kai brought Inflate back to warm and inviting inn. The attendant of the inn came up to Yang Kai and informed, "Sir, a guest is waiting for you." "Who?" Yang Kai was surprised. He did not know anyone in this Flowing Shadow City, so he was completely confused. "It's a woman." The attendant showed a smug face. "She is now waiting in front of your room." Yang Kai furrowed his brow and released his divine sense to check, immediately discovering who was waiting for him. He murmured to himself as he could not help feeling a bit shocked. How could it be her? Without a doubt. Inflate realized too and whispered, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This woman is not easy to deal with." "And I know," Yang Kai nodded. He had no clue about her background before, but after learning her origin and identity, Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate her anymore. After tipping the attendant with some source crystals, Yang Kai strode upstairs. A petite and exquisite young woman was pacing back and forth outside a room, mumbling to herself incessantly with an impatient expression. It seemed that she was a bit distracted and did not even realize that the divine senses of Yang Kai and Inflate had scanned her just now. It was not until the sound of footsteps came from nearby that the woman suddenly stopped and looked up. At first glance, a face captured her eyes, one so hateful that all she wanted to do was smash it in with her fist. "Qing'er, are you here to find me?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a grin and walked towards her step by step. Zhu Qing's face darkened as she asked in a frigid tone, "What did you just call me?" "Impudence. How dare a trivial human address me so informally?" Inflate was speechless too, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage to provoke her even after knowing she was from the Dragon Clan. Still, he silently circulated his monster chi and prepared to fight at any moment. Although he did not want to make enemies with a member of the Dragon Clan, Yang Kai's safety was his top priority now. "Why so cold? I prefer how you looked before." Yang Kai stood in front of her and looked at her with a smirk, his eyes sweeping across the bulge of her dress. Being scanned by his obscene gaze, Zhu Qing could not help shivering. The feeling of being taken advantage of before struck her again. She was embarrassed and annoyed, immediately raising her fist to strike at Yang Kai's face fiercely. However, she instantly regretted her actions. Her elder had ordered her to build a good relationship with Yang Kai, and then invite him to visit the island. Was not the reason for this trip here to put an end to their war and make peace? How could she forget her purpose so easily and act so recklessly? She rapidly withdrew 70% of her strength. Her fist was caught by a big hand, one that immediately began caressing her smooth fingers gently. A strange tingle crawled across her body as Zhu Qing yelled with her face flushed red, "Let go! I shouldn't have held back my strength. I should have just smashed this hateful face with that punch just now." While grumbling to herself, she swung another small fist towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to fight him to the death. "Good, good, good. I'll let go. Don't be so sensitive," Yang Kai said despite continuing to rub her hand a bit longer, seemingly reluctant to let go. Zhu Qing quickly jumped back to keep some distance from Yang Kai, her twin peaks bouncing noticeably as she landed. She furiously shook her little hand that was touched by Yang Kai, like she was trying to shake off something unclean. Inflate, standing to the side, was drenched in cold sweat by now. He almost made a move when Zhu Qing attacked, but fortunately, he realized that Zhu Qing had withdrawn some of her strength at the last moment. Nevertheless, he was confused at Zhu Qing's actions. What is she doing? Did she really fall in love with young Master Yang? Otherwise, why did she withdraw her strength even when she was so angry? By the looks of it, she doesn't seem to like young Master Yang. In fact, from her attitude, it's like she can't wait to kill him. Inflate was bewildered. On the other hand, Yang Kai was snickering, his laugh sounding creepy and lewd. He took out the room token to unlock it before pushing open the door and leaning against the frame. "Let's talk inside if you have anything to say." He had no clue why Zhu Qing came to him, but since she was here, it must be something important. Yang Kai was not afraid that she would get cold feet, for she was a proud dragon after all. A pair of beautiful eyes glared at Yang Kai with hatred, their piercing gaze seemingly wanting to slice Yang Kai 1,000 times over, but she remained frozen on the spot. Yang Kai continued to smile from ear to ear without urging her. The scornful smile undoubtedly provoked Zhu Qing's pride, and soon she grit her teeth and swiftly entered the room. Bold indeed. Yang Kai grinned, thinking that since she had thrown herself into his arms, she could not blame him if he did anything to her. Yang Kai turned around and wanted to close the door. Inflate blocked it from closing though, as he seemed to want to follow inside. "Young Master Yang, he stared at Yang Kai with his eyes widened. "Get out." Yang Kai curled his lips then slammed the door, almost flattening Inflate's nose. "Young Master Yang, you?" Inflate was deeply worried and yelled, "Indulging in your lust is equivalent to hanging a knife upon your head. Young Master Yang, don't become beguiled by beauty." There was no response from the room, making Inflate feel like a cat on a hot tin roof. Du Xian heard their movements from outside and poked his head out of his room, asking, "Sir, what happened?" "Nothing," Inflate replied angrily. He was anxious, but he did not dare to break in. But on second thought, since Yang Kai could subdue Zhu Qing last time, logically he would not be in big danger this time. Furthermore, Zhu Qing did not release any murderous intent from the beginning, making Inflate feel like he was just being paranoid. Inside the room, Yang Kai turned around and hugged Zhu Qing's waist. He leaned his head on her shoulder, gently sniffing her intoxicating fragrance as he nuzzled her white neck and whispered, "Qinger, did you miss me so soon?" Zhu Qing's whole body stiffened in an instant. She did not expect Yang Kai to be bold enough to take advantage of her as soon as they were alone, leaving her no time to react. Infuriated, she snapped, "Take your dirty hands off of me." Yang Kai ignored her and instead gently bit Zhu Qing's earlobe. The heart inside her tender body jumped, followed by a reverse headbutt. Yang Kai fell to the ground with a bang, stars floating in front of his eyes as two streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Qing immediately leapt away and stood at the corner of the room. She glared at him with her teeth gritted, rebuking, "Please show some propriety." Yang Kai stretched out his arm and wiped the blood off his face. The pain that he felt actually calmed down his agitated mood a little. He looked at Zhu Qing and sneered, "I can't believe that someone from the noble dragon clan would actually cultivate a charm technique." Zhu Qing frowned. "What are you talking about? Since when did I cultivate a charm technique?" Yang Kai snorted. "If you didn't use some kind of beguiling technique on me, why would this young master be unable to control himself as soon as he sees you? You were simply born obscene. Can you blame me for that?" Zhu Qing felt deeply wronged by his accusation. Can a dog eat shit then blame that shit for tempting it because it smelled too good? Nonsense. Wait, how can I think like this? Isn't this reference just degrading myself? Bullshit. Yang Kai curled his lips. Although this young master is not a gentleman, he is still able to remain perfectly calm even if a woman sits on his lap of her own free will. Since when am I obscene? Zhu Qing sneered. Your actions are frivolous and dissolute. What could you be if not obscene? Yang Kai stared at her for a while, then he waved his hand. Forget it. Good men don't argue with women. He took a deep breath and silently circulated his secret art to suppress the fires in his heart. Then he looked up and questioned, "So, why did you find me? Don't tell me you fell in love with me at first sight. Although I'm also a responsible man, I won't force it if you don't want to." Zhu Qing snickered. Are you always this full of yourself? Yang Kai answered unmindfully. I wonder who it was that embraced this young master so tight last time. Her strength was so strong that the nail marks she left on this young master's back are still here. Alright, that's because she is a true dragoness. Shut your mouth. Zhu Qing could not help becoming angry out of shame. She stomped her foot fiercely, causing the whole inn to shake as if it was about to collapse from her brute strength. The previous incident was simply the biggest humiliation of her life, and Yang Kai just could not stop touching the trigger. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing chanted to herself, Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Focus on the bigger picture. For my clan, my sacrifice is nothing worth mentioning. It took her a while to finally calm down and look at Yang Kai. So, now you know that I am from the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai looked at her with a calm smile, but there was actually a great storm whirling around inside his head. Previously, when he discussed this with Inflate, even though they guessed that Zhu Qing might be from the Dragon Clan, it was still just a guess.